of Parliament did pose various questions regarding their constituencies, and other questions were based on policy. After that, the House did consider question for oral answer number 19, Understanding Order 76.
Right, and then what followed was questions for oral answer, Understanding Order number 74, numbering questions number 20 to 2023, and after that we had a resumption of debate on the motion of thanks to His Excellency the President's address, that the thanks of the Assembly be recorded for the exposition of a public policy contained in the President's address. And this is the motion of 13th September 2022, arising from the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly, raised by Cabo Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Alwindi.
The second of that motion is Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Binwa Mpundu, and the House last week on Friday 16th did adjourn at 12:03 hours. Today, Madam Speaker is expected to take the chair at 14:30. So basically that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House last week. Let's quickly take a short break and we'll be back to give you today's business.
Right, so thank you so very much for watching Parliament Television. Today we have 5 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order number 74, which is a question of an ordinary nature, and then we have resumption of debate on the motion of thanks to His Excellency the President's address. A quick look on some highlights of the questions. The first one comes from Sanzala Member of Parliament, Mr. Daka, posed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and he wants to find out what the progress in percentage terms on the rehabilitation of the Petaoke Chief Sandwe Chilongozi Mfuwe Road in Eastern Province was as of February 2022, how much money has been spent on the project as of February 2022, and what the cost of the outstanding work is, and when the project will be completed.
The other question is question 25. It will come from Eastern Province again, and this time around from Nyimba Member of Parliament, Mr. Minyani Zulu, and we'd like to find out from the Minister of Technology and Science whether the government has any plans to construct communication towers in Chieftainess Chiefdom in Nyimba district. And we, like my colleague mentioned, we do have a total number of 5 questions that will be resumption of the motion of thanks.
Madam Speaker.
Descendants of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our great nations.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. All the honorable members, I have one announcement to make and one ruling. The announcement is as follows. Honorable members, I have received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, who is still attending to other government business, the Honorable Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose L. Lufuma, MP, will continue to act as leader of government business in the House from today, Tuesday, 20th September 2022, until further notice. I thank you. This is my ruling on a point of order raised by Honorable M. Haimbe, Minister of Justice, against Ms. S. Mwamba, Member of Parliament for Kasama Central Parliamentary Constituency, on whether she was in order to attend the sittings of the House in view of the Honorable Madam Speaker's ruling of 7th December 2021, in which she determined that members of Parliament whose seats were nullified would only return to the House upon the Constitutional Court reversing the decision, and on a point of order raised by Mr. C. Andeleki, MP, Member of Parliament for Katombola Parliamentary Constituency, on whether the House was in order to allow Mr. K. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali Parliamentary Constituency, and Mr. M. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Parliamentary Constituency, to be in the House. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Thursday, 24th March 2022, when the House was considering a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. J. Chibuye, Member of Parliament for Ron Parliamentary Constituency, Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, Minister of Justice, raised a point of order. The gist of his point of order was whether Ms. S. Mwamba, Member of Parliament for Kasama Central Parliamentary Constituency, was in order to attend the sittings of the House in view of the Honorable Madam Speaker's ruling of 7th December 2021, in which she determined that members of Parliament whose seats were nullified would only return to the House upon the Constitutional Court reversing the decision of the High Court. Honorable members, the following day, on Friday, 25th March 2022, when the House was considering the ministerial statement by Honorable Dr. S. Musokotwani, MP, Minister of Finance and National Planning, another point of order was raised by Mr. C. Andeleki, Member of Parliament for Katombola Parliamentary Constituency, on whether the House was in order to allow Mr. K. Mukosa, MP, and Mr. M. Kafwaya, MP, to be in the House. In her immediate response to the points of order, The Honorable First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling to effectively study the issues since they raised a constitutional matter. I have since studied the matter, and as the 2 points of order raise the same or similar issues, I have decided to combine the two into one ruling. Honorable members, the 2 points of order raise the issue of the effect of the Constitutional Court judgment in the matter between the Law Association of Zambia versus the Attorney General 2021 Constitutional Court of Zambia 0051 on my ruling delivered on 7th December 2021, wherein I determined that members of parliament whose seats were nullified would only return to the House upon a constitutional court reversing the decision of the High Court. Honorable members, I will begin by giving a brief background of the 2 points of order. On 7th December 2021, I delivered a ruling on the point of order raised by Dr. A. Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East Parliamentary Constituency, against Mr. B.C. Lusambo, Member of Parliament for Kabushi Parliamentary Constituency, on whether Mr. B.C. Lusambo, MP, was in order to remain in the House following the nullification of his seat by the High Court. Honorable members, in my ruling, I determined that Mr. B.C. Lusambo, MP, was out of order to remain in the House after the nullification of his election by the High Court. In view of that ruling, I guided that all members of Parliament whose election was nullified by the decision of the High Court, whether or not such decision had been appealed against, should forthwith not take part in any parliamentary business. Only those who will be successful in their appeals in the Constitutional Court will be allowed back in the House and take part in parliamentary business. Honorable members, as a result of that ruling, the Law Association of Zambia, LAZ, commenced an action in the Constitutional Court by originating summons in the matter between the Law Association of Zambia versus the Attorney General 2021 Constitutional Court of Zambia 0051. In that case, the Law Association of Zambia, who was the applicant, invited the Constitutional Court to determine the following questions. And I quote: 1. Whether Article 72 2H of the Constitution of Zambia is applicable where a seat held by a member of parliament becomes vacant after an election has been nullified following the hearing and determination of an election petition in line with Article 73(1) and 2 of the Constitution of Zambia. 2. Whether Article 73(4) of the Constitution of Zambia, whether under Article 73(4) of the Constitution of Zambia, a member of parliament whose seat has been nullified by the High Court and who has appealed to the Constitutional Court against such nullification can continue to hold their seat in the National Assembly pending the outcome of the appeal. End of quote. I'll focus on the response to the second question by the court because it is the one which is relevant to my ruling. In that regard, the court pointed out at page J38 of the judgment as follows. Quote: the second question is whether Article 73(4) is applicable to this matter on appeal in this court. Put differently, does a member of parliament whose seat is nullified continue to hold his seat pending determination of the appeal before this court by virtue of Article 73(4)? Our answer is in the affirmative for the reasons given below. Taking the literal rule of interpretation as argued by the respondent would mean that an appeal to this court would not forestall a by-election under Article 57 of the Constitution following the nullification of an election petition. In this scenario, the possibility would arise of a new member of parliament being elected into office while an appeal was pending determination by this court. This, in our view, would result in absurdity and cannot be what the framers of the Constitution intended. End of quote. Honorable members, further at J41 to 42 of the judgment, the court pointed out as follows, and I quote, "It is our considered view that Article 73(4), which provides for the retention of the seat in the National Assembly pending determination of an election petition, should also have expressly provided for the retention of the seat pending determination of an appeal to this court. We are fortified by the fact that after the High Court nullifies an election, there is a decision which can be executed and which may trigger a by-election under Article 57. Hence, the need for the purposeful interpretation of Article 73(4) to apply to the appeal stage. We urge the legislature to make appropriate amendments to the law to cater for the appeal stage in clear terms. That said, on a purposive interpretation of Article 73(3) and 4, read with Article 128(1) D and 57 of the Constitution, we hold that a member of parliament whose election has been nullified by the High Court and appeals to this court by operation of the law retains the seat in parliament pending determination of the appeal. End of quote. As a result of this decision by the court, members of parliament whose seats were nullified by the High Court resumed attending parliamentary business. It is against this background that the 2 points of order were raised. Honorable members, in his point of order, Honorable M. Haimbe, MP, recalled inter alia my ruling of 7th December 2021 that the members of parliament whose seats were nullified by the High Court were not to attend parliamentary business until the Constitutional Court reversed that nullification. He further stated that in view of the fact that my ruling had not been vacated, and in keeping with the doctrine of exclusive cognizance, my ruling remained valid. Honorable members, the principle of exclusive cognizance gives Parliament the power to regulate its own internal procedures. This power is provided under Article 77(1) of the Constitution and Section 34 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia. In that regard, Article 77(1) of the Constitution provides as follows, and I quote, 77(1). Subject to this article and Article 78, the National Assembly shall regulate its own procedure and make standing orders for the conduct of its business. End of quote. Further, Section 34 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides as follows, and I quote, 34. Neither the Assembly, the Speaker, nor any other officer shall be subject to the jurisdiction of any court in respect of the exercise of any power conferred on or vested in the Assembly, the Speaker, or such officer by or under the Constitution, the standing orders, and this Act. End of quote. My understanding of the import of Article 77(1) of the Constitution, as read with Section 34 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, is that the National Assembly has power and jurisdiction to conduct its internal affairs without interference from any body, including the court. As a matter of fact, the courts have previously acknowledged the doctrine of exclusive cognizance. Honorable members, it should, however, be noted that the doctrine of exclusive cognizance does not make my decision or that of the National Assembly beyond the reach of the courts. In that regard, the actions and decisions of the National Assembly, as well as that of the Speaker and other presiding officers, are subject to judicial review. However, it should be noted that judicial review is only exercisable after the National Assembly or the Speaker or other presiding officer have performed a function or exercised a power in question. Honorable members, let me now address concerns raised by Mr. C. and Eleki, MP's point of order, and also the relevant portion of the judgment where the court asks itself a question. The question the court asks itself is, does a member of parliament whose seat is nullified continue to hold his seat pending determination of the appeal before the Constitutional Court by virtue of Article 73(4)? Honorable members, the court's response to the question I have just highlighted was in the affirmative. In that regard, the court pointed out that taking the literal rule of interpretation as argued by the respondent would mean that an appeal to this court would not forestall a by-election under Article 57 of the Constitution following the nullification of an election petition. In this scenario, the possibility would arise of a member of parliament being elected into office while an appeal was pending determination by this court. This, in the court's view, would result in absurdity and cannot be what the framers of the Constitution intended. The court, therefore, resorted to purposeful interpretation of Article 73(4) in addressing the question posed by the applicant. Honorable members, the court further pointed out at J4 and 42 as follows, and I quote, Article 73(4) clearly does not, in literal sense, state what becomes of a parliamentary seat whilst the matter is before this court on appeal. Article 73(4) should be read in light of the provisions of Article 73(3), 57, and 128(1)(d) of the Constitution. This is to ensure that Article 73(3) is made effectual and not rendered negatory where a by-election may follow a nullification by a high court while the appeal is pending before this court, and which appeal may result in setting aside the decision of the high court. It is our considered view that Article 73(4), which provides for the retention of a seat in the National Assembly pending determination of an election petition, should also have expressly provided for the retention of the seat pending the determination of an appeal to this court. We are fortified by the fact that after the High Court nullifies an election, there is a decision which can be executed and which may trigger a by-election under Article 57. Hence, the need for the purposive interpretation of Article 73(4) to apply to appeal stage. We urge the legislature to make appropriate amendments to the law to cater for the appeal stage in clear terms. That said, on a purposive interpretation of Article 73(3) and 4, read with Article 128(1)(d) and 57 of the Constitution, we hold that a member of parliament whose election has been nullified by the High Court and appeals to this court by operation of the law retains the seat in parliament pending the determination of the appeal. End of quote. Honorable members, as you are aware, Zambia has embraced constitutional democracy and therefore subscribes to the concept of constitutional supremacy and not parliamentary supremacy. As a result, the court has also embraced the doctrine of separation of powers. The doctrine has been formulated to prevent abuse of power. It is argued that political liberty is to be found only when there is no abuse of power by those in authority. Therefore, in order to prevent this abuse, it is necessary the functions of government, namely the formulation, application, and enforcement of the law, are kept separate and performed by three organs of the state independent of each other. Honorable members, running side by side with the doctrine of separation of powers is the concept of checks and balances. Checks and balances, loosely put, is a system that allows each branch of the government to amend or veto acts of another branch so as to prevent any one branch from exerting too much power. For that reason, the judiciary has inherent power to check and veto parliamentary excesses. Likewise, Parliament has the power to check and veto judicial excesses. Honorable members, under the doctrine of separation of powers, the function of making or enacting laws is an exclusive role of the legislature, whereas the function of interpreting the law is the preserve of the judiciary, and in interpreting the law, the courts usually apply canons of statutory interpretation to arrive at a logical and just position in determining the question before the courts. In this vein, the canon of statutory interpretation used by the court is the purposive approach. This approach, however, does not give the courts the latitude to assume the functions of the legislature. The purposive approach should not be applied in gross, but within the limited permissive parameters. Thus, in the case of Sri Ram Saha versus State of West Bengal and others, Civil Appeal number 5110 of 1999, the Supreme Court of India held as follows, and I quote, "It is well established principle of interpretation that a statute is to be interpreted on its plain reading. In the absence of any doubt or difficulty arising out of such reading of a statute, defeating or frustrating the object and purpose of the enactment, it must be read and understood by its plain reading. However, in case of any difficulty or doubt arising in interpreting a provision of an enactment, courts will interpret such a provision keeping in mind the objects sought to be achieved and the purpose intended to be served by such a provision so as to advance the cause for which the enactment is brought into force. If two interpretations are possible, the one which promotes or favors the object of the act and purpose itself is to be preferred. At any rate, in the guise of purposive interpretation, the courts cannot rewrite a statute. A purposive interpretation may permit a reading of the provision consistent with the purpose and object of the act, but the courts cannot legislate and enact the provision either by creating or taking away substantial rights by stretching or straining a piece of legislation." End of quote. In deciding the Sri Ram Saha case, the Supreme Court of India referred to its previous decision in Prem Nath L. Ganesh versus Prem Nath L. Ram Nath, Air 1963, Punjab 62. At paragraph 23, the judgment read as follows, and I quote, "We have said enough, and we may say it again, that where the legislature clearly declares its intent in the scheme and language of a statute, it is the duty of the court to give full effect to the same without scanning its wisdom or policy, and without engrafting, adding, or implying anything which is not congenial to or consistent with such express intent of the lawgiver." Honorable members, in view of the foregoing, I am of the considered view that the Constitutional Court stretched the purposive interpretation approach beyond the permissible parameters when it held that a member of parliament whose election has been nullified by the High Court and appeals to the Constitutional Court by operation of the law retains the seat in parliament pending determination of the appeal. As has been noted by the court itself at page J41, Article 73(4), which provides for the retention of a seat in the National Assembly pending determination of the election petition, does not apply to the appeal stage. If the legislature intended that a member whose seat has been nullified by the High Court should retain his or her seat pending determination of the appeal before the Constitutional Court, it would have expressly provided for that. In that regard, to hold in the manner the court decided clearly amounts to legislating from the bench. This practice is not only detested and also frowned upon because the courts have no constitutional mandate to legislate. Legislation is a preserve of Parliament, and the courts should stay away from the temptation of assuming this role. Honorable members, be that as it may, the decision of the court in the Law Association of Zambia versus Attorney General 2021 CCZ 0051 is binding on me and the National Assembly. In that regard, by virtue of that decision, the members of Parliament whose seats have been nullified by the High Court and have appealed to the Constitutional Court shall be allowed to take part in the parliamentary business. I thank you. Order. Can we make progress? Order, honorable members. Can we make some progress? Matters of urgent public importance. The honorable member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter of urgent public importance I wish to raise is directed at Honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, a transparent and accountable electoral process is a yardstick for a thriving democratic dispensation. However, Madam Speaker, stakeholders have raised serious concerns how the Electoral Commission of Zambia is operating without the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and the substantive chief electoral officer. Madam Speaker, the Electoral Act number 25 of 2016 clearly outlines the composition and functions of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, whose composition includes the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and not more than 3 members appointed by the president. Madam Speaker, it is now almost 3 months ago when the Electoral Commission of Zambia has got no chairperson, not even a vice chairperson, which I feel that this is a violation of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the Constitution clearly outlines that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, in his absence, shall chair all meetings and monitor the daily operations of the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Now, Madam Speaker, everyone is asking who is running the Electoral Commission of Zambia, minus the chairperson and also the vice chairperson, because quorum is supposed to be 3 members of the board. Madam Speaker, managing an electoral process in the manner which undermines the credibility of the Electoral Commission of Zambia is the genesis for political instability. And I think Zambia is renowned as a country of peace and peace and unity. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if no urgent measures are taken to correct things at ECZ, I think we may breed political upheavals in this country. I therefore seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasenengo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this chance to rise on a matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, this matter is directed at the Minister of Tourism. Last week, Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Chama North and I'm trying to remember the constituency for Honorable Zulu, Lumezi. Madam Speaker, they rose on a point of order talking about the animal-human conflict in their areas. And your ruling, Madam Speaker, was very clear. You said for as long as people live in game management areas, human-animal conflict will always be there, will always exist. However, Madam Speaker, we have seen in the recent past that so many people have been attacked by wild animals away from the game management areas. I remember when the Honorable Minister for Energy was traveling to Chipata to come and launch the fuel depot. I traveled in the night, and just after Luangwa, we found about 2 lions in the middle of the night, and that sent a lot of fears in me. I travel to Chipata at night most of the times. And I was unsettled until I reached home because I remembered the times that we could stop anywhere, anyhow, in case you want to relieve yourself. Then I was thinking, what if I stop where the lions are? And sometimes, you know, Madam Speaker, we travel with females. And to avoid the noise as you relieve yourself, you may go into the bush. The women go the other side and then men go the other side in the bushes. Then I was thinking, what if in these bushes, Madam Speaker, there are lions? While I was still recovering from that trauma, 2 days later, a man in Lundazi was attacked by a leopard. Lucky enough, he was strong enough, he killed that leopard. Last week, Madam Speaker, in Mumbwa, a man was attacked by a leopard, and it was even televised on ZNBC. We thank God the man survived, but we have not received a report as to whether that big cat was killed, was hunted out, down or not. We may ignore these things, Madam Speaker, but I'm afraid we'll regret if it happens closer to home or once we see that they end up in fatalities. Even when I look around, Madam Speaker, I do not see any member of parliament in here who can fight that beast. Maybe we can talk about the retired gym trainer, honorable member for Kafulafuta, maybe. Otherwise, we may end up in fatalities. Madam Speaker, these things are happening away from game management areas, and we cannot ignore these occurrences. We want to know from the Minister of Tourism, why have we had so many cats roaming around in the communities that we live? Is it because they have not been cropped in a long time, and so the population has grown so much that they have even escaped from the game management areas? Or is it because there isn't just enough care by the wildlife officials? Madam Speaker, we need a statement and an assurance from the Minister of Tourism. I do not think we are safe. When I travel to Chipata now, I have to stand right by the door. One hand is holding the door. The other hand is attending to me. Because of that fear,
Order,
Madam Speaker, we need to be addressed by the Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Please, as you raise your points of matter of urgent public importance, let's be precise to the point. Let's not start debating and telling stories. The Honorable, thank you, Honorable Member for Kasanyunga. The Honorable Member for Iteshiteji.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for giving the people of Itestezi an opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I'm also on the animal-human conflict. As I'm speaking right now, Madam Speaker, a 60-year-old man of Itestezi in Momba village, he broke his spinal, he has a spinal injury, and right now he's at the University Teaching Hospital. He was attacked by an elephant, Madam Speaker, on Friday. And as I speak, yesterday and today, all the pupils at Kela Primary School, they are not going to school. The newly deployed teachers, they are not attending, they are not going for work because of fear of a wounded elephant, which is in the village. Madam Speaker, just like the previous speaker, just like the previous member of parliament who spoke, you have asked the Minister of Tourism to address these issues. Alas, Madam Speaker, we are not progressing. Something needs to be done. We will not manage, Madam Speaker, to be footing bills for our community members when they are at UTH. As I speak now, the man in UTH, the MRI scan is not working. So he is in pain at the UTH right now. Madam Speaker, indeed, we need a serious ruling, and we need the Minister of Tourism to give us a more lasting solution. I think most of the solutions he's been giving us, they have been sounding very vague. Can we please be guided on how we are going to address this issue so that our people can be safe? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a very sad man to once again raise this matter of public urgent importance. It's like us men, Madam Speaker, if we are not looked after well, we'll be depleted in this country. Not only are we under siege from the sodomists, but also from wild animals. Madam Speaker, in Chama South, the situation is becoming unbearable. Last week, I stood on this matter, and you ruled that the minister should come and give a ministerial statement. But looking at the events, Madam Speaker,
Member, without curtailing you, I think there is enough members that have raised this point. I don't know if you raise it also to add on the importance, but I've taken note. If it's on the animal-human conflict, I've taken note. Is it possible that you just wait for my ruling on the matter, or do you want to?
Madam Speaker, I would like to just conclude. It's very, very important that it's put on record. Madam Speaker, yesterday in Chief Tembwe, Mr. Lafuti Zimba of Chikazika village, 75, was killed by an elephant. He was on his way from fishing about 3 kilometers away from the villages. The elephant attacked him at 10 hours. It wasn't in the evening, 10 hours. And the minister, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Tourism, seems to be taking these issues casually. I would like to know, in the New Dawn government, have animals become more important than human beings, such that our people are being killed now countrywide, and nothing is being done? I seek your serious ruling before more people Madam Speaker, lose lives to these animals. We shouldn't wait until your own members are killed for the government to take action. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving the voice of Chiangi to rise on matters of agent of public importance. Madam Speaker, I rise on this important matter, which is directed at the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, Chiangi is a rural area, and people there, their livelihood is dependent on farming. Madam Speaker, names have been given out to our farmers, to those who should be receiving the FISIP. Now, Madam Speaker, as we're talking, you find in certain cooperatives where there were 30 people, only 4 people are going to get the fertilizer. I just would like to find out what criteria has the minister used, because a lot of people, including the disabled, have been left out. So what criteria is the ministry using to reduce the number of the people of Chienge who should get the fertilizer and other farming imports? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi to bring up a matter of urgent public importance. It is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, not too different from the one with Honorable Chiengi has brought up. Information coming from the ground, Madam Speaker, is that those who are retired or those who are on NAPSA payroll and those who are getting FISIP, who are getting the social cash transfer cannot be admitted on FISIP program. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Agriculture guide exactly so that our people in Lundazi can know exactly who really deserves to get this FISIP? I need your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any more? Okay. We have 6. Is it 8? Who have I left out? Lubanseshi, Honorable Member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good, this opportunity to the good people of Lubanseshi constituency. Madam Speaker, this urgent matter is directed to the Minister of Transport and Logistics that over the weekend we had an accident in Muchinga province where it has been reported that over 20 UCZ members died in the road accident. That is rather northern province. And the Minister of Transport and Logistics is quiet about that accident where the Zambian people are mourning and the minister is comfortably sitting or seated and smiling. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for not assuring the Zambian people their safety when they are traveling wherever they are going? We need, or I need, your serious guidance on this matter, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2019 and 2020, the government recruited a lot of teachers, thousands of teachers, without putting them on the payroll. Madam Speaker, I've been following up this issue. The government has tried to create opportunities for 811 teachers, but the number doesn't, the number of recruited teachers but not on the payroll has remained high. Madam Speaker, after the government employed the 30,000 teachers, there could be some vacancies created because some teachers recruited were, did not report. So I want to appeal to the Minister of Education to consider creating, replacing those teachers who want to report since the closing date on Friday to accommodate these teachers who are not given a chance to be put on the payroll. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, as we raise matters of urgent public importance, let's look at the criteria. There is a criteria that we have to comply with for a matter to be admitted. I'll start with the last one, with Honorable Member for Kankoyo. Honorable Member for Kankoyo, the matter that you have raised does not qualify to be. Honorable members, as I'm delivering my ruling, please let's avoid interjecting. So that matter, Honorable Member for Kankoyo, does not qualify to be raised under Standing Order 134 and 135, and therefore is not admitted. The Honorable Member is aware of our procedure. If you want to raise a question, you can put in a question to the Honorable Minister of Education to address your concern. Then I'll deal with the matters raised by the Honorable Member for Chiengi and the Honorable Member for Lundazi together. Honorable members, we've had the Minister of Agriculture coming before this House, even in this sitting, last week, the Honorable Minister was answering a question raised by one of the Honorable members concerning the issue of distribution of fertilizer. I'm wondering whether the Honorable members were in attendance or they didn't get the full story of what the Minister is doing with regard to the distribution of fertilizer and the criteria that is being used by the Honorable Minister in this regard. So, Honorable members, for Chiengi and Ilundazi, I'll suggest that you engage the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to clear your concerns if you have any, if you are not satisfied with his response before this Honorable House last week when he was tackling this issue. I move to the next one, Honorable Member for Lubaseshi. Indeed, we have learned from the newspaper stories and TV that a number of women who were traveling in the Muchinga province were involved in an accident. And I think about 23 people died as a result of that accident. And since the matter has been raised and it involves the loss of life, I direct that the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics comes before this Honorable House to render a ministerial statement on Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, or on Thursday, to render a ministerial statement on this matter so that the honorable members are informed of what actually transpired and through them the people of Zambia, and what measures are being taken to ensure that we avoid accidents, especially when it involves the loss of life of 23 people. And these 23 people are not just, they are women. That means we have lost. These women are looking after a families now. So we have members of the families who have lost their breadwinners. So I believe that the minister should come to the House and just give details of what happened. Now, I would go to the first one by the Honorable Member for Chama North, on how the Electoral Commission is able to function without a chairperson vice chairperson, and a chief executive officer. Honorable members, whereas the matter that we have raised is very important, and we need to have substantial office holders to be in office in order to safeguard our democracy. But the honorable member will realize that the election or the appointment of these officers that you have referred to is a process. It's a process that has to be undertaken. And also, since there is no catastrophe that will immediately result as a result of having no chairperson or vice chairperson or chief executive officer at ECZ, the question that you have raised, although it's very important, I'm sure the government has taken, the executive has taken note of this point, that we need to have substantive office holders in those positions. But unfortunately, the matter does not fall to be raised under Standing Order 134 and 135. Let me go to the matters that have been raised by the Honorable Member for Kasanengwa, Honorable Member for Iteshteshi, and Honorable Member for Chama South. This issue has been coming before this House through raising of matters of urgent public importance. And it is a concern that we have lost lives because of the human-animal conflict. Of course, in Africa, we live in a jungle. We live with animals. But the life of human beings is more important than that of animals. Measures need to be taken by the Honorable Minister of Tourism and the Executive to see how we can protect people from being attacked by animals. So in this regard, I will direct the Minister of Tourism to come back to this House to render a ministerial statement on these matters in terms of what exactly is happening on the ground, what measures are being taken to ensure that we don't continue losing lives through this human and animal conflict, and also what other measures in order to educate the communities how they can live in this jungle of ours, in inverted commas, jungle. Africa is a jungle. We have animals, wild animals, we have elephants, we have lions. So how do we live with these animals that we try to promote our tourism so that the tourists can come and watch them and admire them? But at the same time, we need our people to survive and live. Imagine a man fighting with a tiger, a man fighting with an elephant. That is it's a no match at all. So may the Honorable Minister come to the House on Friday, this Friday, to deliver a ministerial statement on this as guided. Thank you very much. That concludes matters of urgent public importance. Let's make some progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement. This follows a direction that was given to the Minister of Community Development to come before this House to issue a ministerial statement on the issues of sodomy and other related matters. Because of the urgency of the matter and the concerns that have been expressed by these honorable members here and by the community at large, I've permitted the Honorable Minister to come earlier than directed today to come and give a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for affording me this opportunity to issue a ministerial statement on lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender in Zambia. First and foremost, I want to categorically state that Zambia is a Christian nation and its governance is anchored on Christian values and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, the law in this country is very clear that any sexual practice different from what our society has considered over a period of time as normal or the correct practice, and particularly that which is against our laws, is illegal and criminal. Madam Speaker, according to our laws, and in particular, Section 155 of the Penal Code, which states inter alia, any sexual intercourse between men constitutes a criminal offense. 2, Section 156 of the Penal Code also criminalizes any attempt to commit unnatural offenses prohibited under Section 155. And Section 158 of the Penal Code criminalizes acts of gross indecency both between men and between women. Madam Speaker, my ministry, under the guidance of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief, has taken measures. And through the Zambia Police Service, we are very active on this matter and are doing everything possible to sensitize the citizenry on the criminal aspects of these vices, the implication on the individuals involved, and the moral and traditional erosion the vices may cause on our society. Madam Speaker, in this vein, the Zambia Police Service has recorded a total number of 18 cases of sodomy countrywide from 1st January 2022 to 20th September 2022, which is today. The following are the statistics and the actions taken. 1, Lusaka Province, 7 cases reported, 5 arrests, and 2 still under investigations. 2, Copperbelt Province, 7 cases reported, 6 arrests, and 1 still under investigation. Muchinga Province, 1 case reported and 1 arrest made. 4, Tazara Division in Pika, 1 case reported, 1 arrest, and convicted for 7 years imprisonment with hard labor. 5, Eastern Province, 1 case reported and 1 arrest made. And finally, Western Province, 1 case reported and 1 arrest. Madam Speaker, the police service is following these matters with keen interest as we pursue the 4 suspects who are still under investigations, 2 in Lusaka, 1 on the Copper Belt, and 1 from Western provinces, respectively. Madam Speaker, government has noted with concern regarding the rise in the statistics of cases of sodomy and any other form of sexual intercourse against the order of nature. We are, however, wish to note that these statistics are as a result of the sensitizations that have been made pertaining to the criminality of these activities. And members of the public are coming forth to report these matters. Madam Speaker, further, you may wish to recall that on Tuesday, 17th May 2022, in Lusaka, some named embassies mounted the rainbow flag which symbolized lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender pride and the LGBT social movements at their respective, I repeat, at their respective embassies on the aforementioned date in commemoration of values and principles of their respective countries on human rights. When contacted, Madam Speaker, by government, the embassies assured the government that there was no intent to disregard Zambia's cultural norms and Christian values as enshrined in the Constitution, to which their countries have due respect. The embassies regretted the inconvenience that could have been caused by their flying of the rainbow flag, albeit on their premises, which, in accordance with the Vienna Convention, are inviolable properties. Madam Speaker, in another incident, on 23rd August 2022, there was an event in Lusaka that was dubbed Lusaka July, which was organized by Pierre Gale Media. The purpose of this event, which was launched in 2016, I repeat, in 2016, under the reign of the PF, was to bring lifestyle enthusiasts and business leaders in an afternoon of networking at a fashion polo event. The organizers of the event approached the Minister of Tourism to partner with them to market the event as a fashion show and promote fashion tourism. The government, through the Ministry of Tourism, participated in this event by launching it. The House may wish to note that government did not sponsor the Lusaka July event, as has been purported in the media, but launched it on the premise of promoting fashion tourism and had little or no control of the extent at which participants at this event will express themselves. Information was provided that the event would attract regional visitors, which were going to be an opportunity to market Zambia as a tourist destination of choice. Government was not in any way responsible for who attended the event, what they wore, and their financial sponsorship was not provided. Madam Speaker, government therefore warns that anyone found practicing or promoting any of the said acts shall be liable to prosecution in the courts of law. Further, government shall ensure that such behavior and conduct is prevented, and that national morals and values are adhered to in order to preserve our Christian values. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. As we ask, please, honorable members, we should be precise and to the point. The honorable member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate the ministerial statement from the Honorable Minister responsible for Home Affairs and Internal Security. Indeed, this matter, the matters he spoke to are raising serious concerns amongst our citizens. But, Madam Speaker, before I just pose my question to the Honorable Minister, as his predecessor, I would like to just say this, that, Honorable Minister, this matter is not as we see it. This matter is a big one. I do recall that when we had those two citizens who were arrested, prosecuted in Kapiri, and were later pardoned, we were bombarded right, left, and center. Madam Speaker, whilst attending a general meeting in Geneva had all these multinational organizations coming to discuss the same matter. So when I say it's not an easy one, it is not an easy one. We need to be very firm and we need to be resolved. Minister, when a public event is taking place, it's subject to the same Public Order Act, which is in place now. And ideally, you have the investigative agencies that monitor these activities. When those people were expressing what they were expressing in public, the security system must have been alerted. What do you think really transpired? Because those people should have been dealt with whilst that event was still going on. If we have an alert security system in the country, why do you think that event was allowed to go on until the social media picked it and our people started complaining about it? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, this particular event started in the year 2016 under PF.
Yes.
And my colleague was the Minister of Home Affairs at the time.
Correct.
And I want to state here, without any fear of any contradiction, that the activities that took place this year were not different from those that took place in 2016, in 2017, in 2018, when the PF were ruling. There is no difference.
Correct.
One thing which we have to take note, Madam Speaker, for it to be a criminal offense, if you are talking about gayism, there must be an unnatural act that took place at that event. Do we have any event, Madam Speaker, to show that there was gayism at that function, there was sodomy at that function, that there were unnatural acts that were committed? If there are no evidence, the police cannot take action. If members of the public who witnessed that event have evidence that there was unnatural sexual intercourse that took place there, let them report the matter to the police and the appropriate action will be taken. We, as police, do not act on speculation. We can't do that. We rely on evidence. You have noted that I've reported cases of sodomy, which we have taken action. It's because we have evidence, and there were reports that were reported to the police. If there are no reports pertaining to gayism and natural acts there at the Lusaka, July, there's nothing we can do. If there's evidence, please report the matter to the police, and we shall take appropriate action.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to add their voice on this important matter. The question to the Minister of Home Affairs is, what is your ministry doing to those members who are, to those men who are pretending to be women, wearing dresses, and also putting up makeups, and also kissing? And also in the social media, we have seen men saying that I serviced well my husband is dead, and it's all over the social media. Are we not supposed to take charge as a country? I rest my case. Thank you.
Yeah.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we we are the leaders of this country. We should not act on impulse and emotions. We should act based on evidence. The mere fact that a man is wearing a dress, we saw them here wearing dresses, and the dresses are worn by people. You can't say because somebody is wearing a dress, that person is gay. You can't say that. The other day, the honorable member for Chirubi was wearing a musisi. What are you saying, to the nation? That is fashion. But if the honorable Madam Speaker, if they engage in acts that are proscribed by law, appropriate action will be taken. But if somebody decides to do a makeup and you say, no, this one is gay, and wear a tie. One of our members here, a lady was wearing a tie the other day, which is an attire for men. Would we say that lady is gay? The answer is no. We must be specific. And one issue which I want to mention here, Madam Speaker, those people who were attending Lusaka July are your children. You know how they dress. You know what they do. Why don't you report them to the police? We must be responsible as leaders. If we want to nip this issue in the bud, it must start with ourselves. We are the fathers and mothers of these children. And most of those who are supposed to be gay in this country, from what we know, are from their affluent families. Let's not pretend. When you come here, you keep quiet and you pretend that your children are not doing those things. Those children who are doing those things are from your homes. Let's start ensuring that our children are adhered to the morals of our country. We must be responsible. There's no way you can tell me that those children or those men and women are from us. They are from our houses. Yes. We know what happens in our homes. Let's wait and see whether any one of us will report our children over such conduct. If we go and check those people, we do a CCTV and check which children were there. Yes. You find that some of them are from us here.
Thank you. Order. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely thank you for recognizing me to ask a follow-up question following that elaborate ministerial statement delivered by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Madam Speaker, I'm entitled to my own opinion as I ask this question. I have noticed that the trend of what we are actually debating over this afternoon is very similar to the gassing exercise. Yeah. That was clearly launched by unscrupulous people, arguably the PF during the PF regime, and the orchestrators of this scheme were the very first ones to stand on the platform to try and point accusing fingers for political expedience. And the pattern has continued. It's very clear, even here, when you look, both in the social media, on the floor of this house, and in any other fora, that the people jumping highest to shout lion.
Order, Honorable Member. Can we ask... The question, can you ask your point of clarification? Let's not debate. If you want to debate, can somebody move a motion? Then we'll have enough time to debate. But for now, it's points of clarification on the statement that the minister made.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your counsel. I always treasure your counsel because it helps me to frame my questions. Madam Speaker, just to conclude, that the pattern is not different from the gassing exercise. And look around, if you are intelligent enough to just check who is perpetuating the whole of this story. It is men associated with some people seated on the left-hand side in this house. What can stop me, Madam Speaker?
Order.
Honorable Minister.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Can you take your seats? I've taken note of what you're saying. I've guided. Please take your seats. I've taken note of what your points of orders. What you want to raise a point of order. By all of you standing at the same time, it doesn't make any difference. Honorable member for Zambezi East, I've guided. Please, let's remain relevant to the point that is being discussed on the floor of the House. Ask a question or point of clarification on the ministerial statement. Please don't bring in other issues. Don't bring in other issues because these will just result in some form of anarchy in the House and disorder in the House, which I'm not going to allow. Honorable member, may you proceed. If you have no question, then maybe we move to the next person.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always treasure your guidance. Now, let me conclude my question, addressed through you, Madam Speaker, to the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. You alluded to the fact that investigations have now been launched, and you have cases that have been reported to the police, and the police have some evidence. Among those cases that are being investigated, don't we have any men that are pointing towards these men on the left-hand side? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable.
It's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. We will not be addressed like that.
Honorable member. The honorable
No, it's
member.
unacceptable.
Order.
That's stupidity. It's unacceptable.
Order. Honorable member for Zambezi East. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable member for Zambezi East, please can you apologize, withdraw and apologize for those remarks?
Madam Speaker, I would like to withdraw the reference to the people seated on your left-hand side. But the substantive question.
Order, honorable member for Zambezi East, you are now out of order. Let's not trivialize these issues. Let's look at them seriously and give them the seriousness that they deserve. The people of Zambia are concerned about this issue. Order, honorable members. I don't want to talk over your voices. If it's not of interest, then we move to another point. I'm trying to give guidance. You raise this point, and the minister has been asked to come and render a ministerial statement. Now we are making fun of the whole thing. And the people out there are listening to the debate and the manner in which you are debating. The next question will be from the honorable member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order. There is a point of procedure by the honorable member for Lunte. What's the point of procedure?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, your procedure in this House is that when a good minister, like the one who is on the floor right now, delivers a good statement, like he has done, you give time for your honorable members to follow up. And that time, Madam Speaker, is supposed to be properly spent as your House always does. Today, your honorable member for Zambezi East decides to waste time when there is a serious, when there is a very serious business on the floor, Madam Speaker. Your time has counted, and yet for nothing. Madam Speaker, will your members not make follow-ups on such a good statement by the minister, which is of such serious public importance, just because of time having been wasted deliberately by my honorable colleague? I seek your serious direction, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lunte, I've already guided, and I found the Honorable Member for Zambezi East out of order, and that's why I didn't even call on the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs to respond to him. In terms of time, I've on my own mechanism here. I've already informed the members of staff that we are going to increase by 10 minutes. So please, as we ask questions, the time also is squandered by honorable members debating instead of asking points of clarification. If we just stick to asking the point of clarification precisely to the point instead of debating, then we will use the time properly for the purpose for which it's intended. Please, as guided, if any honorable member is going to debate, they will be ruled out of order and their question will not be answered. The honorable member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much, Minister, for the statement. And Madam Speaker, this statement is very serious and it should have come in as yesterday. My question, Madam Speaker, is, Honorable Minister, as your ministry or government tried to find out what...
Order, stop the clock. There is a point of order from your neighbor there, the honorable member for Chitambo. What's the point of order?
Sorry. A point of order, Madam Speaker, is on the member of Parliament for Zambezi, whom you asked to apologize when he was referring to the people on your left. Zambezi East. Madam Speaker, on your left, there sit honorable ministers. If you could see, those honorable ministers are sitting with us here on your left. The leader of opposition and the serious honorable members of this House. Madam Speaker, you asked the honorable member of Zambezi East to apologize to these people on your left, which he hasn't done. If he does not apologize, Madam Speaker, we shall be compelled to write to you so that he can come and apologize on the floor of this House, standing maybe there, to the members on your left. Because, Madam Speaker, this is a very serious accusation that he has made on us sitting on your left, including your ministers. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I had guided that the honorable minister, the honorable member for Zambezi East withdraws and apologizes. Because of the interruption that happened, I heard him withdraw, but I didn't hear him apologize. May the honorable member please apologize.
Not a problem. Madam Speaker, I know this house is a house of rules.
Honorable member for Zambezi East, please can you render your apology so that we make progress?
Madam Speaker, I seek your guidance on what I should apologize for. Because I withdrew the statement. So it means the statement is plunged. So what will I apologize for?
Honorable member, order. Honorable member, the statement was made, you withdrew it. But now you are apologizing for having made that statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not shy of apologizing. I sincerely withdraw the statement in reference to those shouting lion, lion to be responsible for this same news which we are discussing here. I withdraw it and apologize to them in reference to them. But my opinion still remains.
You are out of order. May the honorable member for Wacha proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like I stated, this is a very, very important and very serious matter. The nation is watching, and the whole world is watching. And through you, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that we attach great importance to this matter before the House. My question, Honorable Minister, is you stated that, I don't know if it is a launch, that it began in 2016. Minister, has your ministry or government tried to find out why the cases of sodomy and homosexuality have kept on rising, especially this time around, in a country that we call and we continue calling a Christian nation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will ask the honorable minister to answer, although I heard him answer it in his ministerial statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is no evidence to show that the cases of sodomy are rising. What is evident is that members of the public are reporting these cases. It's possible that in the past, cases were not being reported. And we must bear in mind that these activities are done in private. They are not done publicly. Even people who are engaged in this homosexuality, they don't do it in public. It's done in private, in the dark, under the blankets. We can't know who is doing it. We don't know. So we hear you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Wacha. We are concerned as government, just as you are concerned. We'll do our investigations. Whether there is a matter that needs urgent attention, we'll do that. But we would like to appeal to all of us as leaders, church leaders, all leaders of the communities, that we must work together to ensure that the morals of our country are not eroded. It is our duty and the responsibility. We strongly believe as a nation that homosexuality should not be allowed. Our President Hakainde, has on many occasions made pronouncements on this matter that we should not and that we don't accept homosexuality. And I also want to tag on the issue that was raised by my colleague, the honorable member for Shiwangandu, that this matter is a matter that we have to tread carefully. As he has indicated, it has international ramifications. But as a country, we have made a decision. The laws are there. These are criminal activities which should be treated as criminal activities. We should not, I repeat, Madam Speaker, we should not trivialize this matter and bring in political connotations over this matter. We have heard mischievous leaders who have been saying that the UPND is not condemning homosexuality, when we have done that on several occasions, on the floor of this House, outside this House. We have made commitments and pronouncements that this House, this country, will not condone homosexuality. But because other people want to gain political mileage out of cheap criminality, they want to be speaking on top of anti-Jews. We should not allow that.
Thank you. The honorable member for First of all, may stop the clock. Honorable member from Pika, you want to raise a point of order.
No, Madam Speaker, it has been overtaken by events. I wanted to raise against my colleague. Maybe we need a breathalyzer in here, Madam Speaker, so that those who are drunk can be flushed out. Thank you.
Now you are getting out of order yourself. The honorable member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that statement. Indeed, Honorable Minister, there could be more cases than what meets the eye. Honorable Minister, you have stated that there are some cases that are under investigations in your ministry. Could you kindly tell this House and the nation as to whether your officers investigating these cases have come up with any reasons as to why we have such practices? Is it just a mere lust for a different test, or is it got some business or economic value attached to this practice? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, it's a very difficult question. Deviant behavior has its own benefits to those who are doing them, but as a nation we condemn in the strongest terms possible against this vice. We will take that line and investigate. If there are other people who are promoting this, we'll get to the root of the matter.
The Honorable Member for Chenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to express my disappointment. This is a very important issue which the whole nation is looking forward to this House, not even to be joking about. And I hope to those who are taking lightly one day their children will be sodomized. My question, now you feel it. You feel it what those people are feeling outside. You feel it. You are feeling it.
Order.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member, time is running. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, homosexuality, when we were at IPU 2018, it was an emergency item which was brought to IPU, and it was kicked out that it's not a universal human right. Madam Speaker, and we are part of IPU, and we are also members of UN. On this floor of the House, the minister, now is the Minister of Home Affairs, stood there and asked the Minister of Religious that if Zambia wants to be excommunicated from UN, should condemn LGBT. Anyway, that's on the record. Now, my question is, if this 22 July event has brought up so much of sodomy that it's like now it's free for all, what measures is the government going to do? Are they going to bring a bill that is going to make it stiffer so that we can come up with stiffer laws so that we do not just leave it the way it is? If we just see men kissing, we take it is not part of the law because they were kissing those people. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out the next measure that this government is going to take, because our children are in danger, Madam Speaker. Our brothers, even husbands, are in danger. Somebody got killed at Soweto Market yesterday. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to, first of all, rebut the mischievous statement that has been made by my honorable colleague, where she's alleging that on the floor of this House, I had indicated that if we don't support gayism, we'll be excommunicated from the international community. Madam Speaker, I challenge her to bring the evidence. And if there is no such evidence, she should not apologize. What I had said, I will repeat what I had said. They were asking us why we belonged to organizations that believed in gayism. we said, and I said, we as Zambia belongs to the UN. The UN has members who support gayism. That was the statement I made on the floor of this house. Now she's twisting the statement which I had said. She must apologize. Madam Speaker, the issues she has raised are issues that have no evidence. To suggest that the Lusaka July promoted sodomy, there's no evidence to that effect. If she knows that it has promoted sodomy, let her report to the police. And if she doesn't know what sodomy means, let her go and read the Bible, where it originated from. And sodomy relates to acts of against nature through the anus. Yeah. Is she saying that Lusaka July was promoting that sodomy? The answer is no. We are leaders here. Unless we have evidence, we should not say certain things. The nation is listening, as she said. There are other people who attended that Lusaka July who are so innocent, who went to attend a fashion show. But it ended up being attended by people whom we perceive to be gay. You don't condemn people just because they participated in a function like that. It would be very unfair.
Thank you. So the honorable member for Chiengi, please produce evidence relating to this. No, I'm not calling upon you to. No, you can produce it later. You can. No. We can do that later. Because time is running out. The honorable member for Chiengi can produce that evidence in my office. The honorable member for Chitambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just unfortunate that today we were trying to break the rules of this House by accusing each other who does it, who doesn't do it. When in fact, Madam Speaker, this matter is very important and the people of Zambia are listening to the way we are debating in this House. Minister, my question is very simple and straightforward. This matter is becoming loud. That is why it has attracted the attention of your ministry to come and give a ministerial statement. I wanted to know what you are going to do to ensure that people are sensitized. It appears people have forgotten what you are going to do to sensitize the people, even including those in rural areas, about the dangers of sodomy and homosexuality. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, Honorable Member for Istanbul. As I indicated earlier, Madam Speaker, the responsibility to sensitize the communities does not only lie with the Ministry of Home Affairs. It is the responsibility of us leaders here in this House, the church, the traditional leaders, and parents to educate our children pertaining to the danger of gayism, the dangers of engaging in such vices. We have to educate our people. And Madam Speaker, it's also recorded that in a number of jurisdictions, cases of HIV and AIDS were being transmitted as a result of gayism in a number of jurisdictions. We should take this matter seriously. It's not just a matter of sex, but it's also a matter of health for our people. We need to educate them. So I'm calling upon us leaders, the churches, traditional leaders, and other leaders to take this matter seriously and educate our people. We will do our part as Minister of Home Affairs. I will engage my colleague, the Minister of Information, so that we can start running programs on TV and radio to educate the people pertaining to these vices.
I will allow the Honorable Member from Kana to ask a question because he's one of the people who raised this issue.
Madam Speaker, my heart goes to the family whose young man was sodomized to death yesterday. At this point, Madam Speaker, my prayer is that this House does not again drop down to the issue of the fight between the left and the right, because this is a matter that requires all of us to put our minds and heads together. It's bigger than we all think. It requires all of us to fight or find solutions to this problem. My question, Madam Speaker, earlier on I read a statement from the government spokesperson which stated that government is going to pursue all those who are perpetrating these vices, including those who are sponsoring. There is a report, Madam Speaker, that there are certain private hospitals, including the UTH, which has set up special clinics for practitioners or people that are practicing homosexuality. If that be the case, it means these are units that are sponsoring or helping to spread gayism. My question to the Minister of Home Affairs, is government aware of private clinics, including the UTH, that have set up these special clinics? And if you are not aware as government, can you assure this House that you do investigations to ascertain the validity of such information that UTH, which is a government hospital, has set up a special unit that is attending to gay or homosexuals? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, there are reports which I can confirm that this special clinic was established more than 8 years ago under a reign of a government you know at UTH. We will verify. But there are those reports that our colleagues established that clinic at UTH.
So you are done.
Madam? Yeah, what I'm saying is that I can't confirm, but there are reports that there is a clinic there which was set up by the previous government to cater for those individuals who are finding themselves in that situation. That clinic, I'm told, is there, but I'll verify. Then my colleague, the Minister of Health, is there. She'll check. But the truth is, according to what other people are saying, it was established by our colleagues on your left. Madam Speaker, I want once again to appeal that this matter is in national interest. Let's not be pointing fingers at each other, trivialize this matter, politicize it. If we really want to save the people of Zambia, as per the law established, let's ensure that we fight this vice together. Let's fight this vice together so that the people of Zambia know that we are fighting this particular vice. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we can't stretch any time further than what we have done. But what has come out is clear that there is moral decay in the country. And it's up to all of us, starting from our homes, making sure that we sensitize our children from a very tender age, because some of the children that are being affected are 6 years and below. So it's better that from our homes we take measures to educate our children, to tell them what can be done and how they are supposed to protect their bodies. As I've said, there's moral decay that has visited us. Because have you ever heard of a father having a girlfriend? I was amazed to hear that a priest in the name of a father was killed at a girlfriend's house. That is part of the moral decay that we are talking about. Until all of us take responsibility from our homes to the community, together working with the government, we take measures. Please bear in mind that perception, we cannot convict or prosecute anybody because of perceptions. A legal act has to be done for somebody to be prosecuted and may be convicted. But before we get to the point of conviction and prosecution, please let's take measures on our own. Because these things, until they visit your home, until they visit your house, your child or your sister or somebody is involved, that's when you know just how big this problem is. So with those, we can move to the next question. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 24.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, the question is from Honorable Daka to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. And they ask the following questions. A, what the progress in percentage terms on the rehabilitation of the Petauke, Chief Sandwe, Chilongozi, Mfue Road in Eastern Province was as of February 2022. Question B, how much money was spent on the project as of February 2022? Question C, what the cost of the outstanding works is? And the question D, when the project will be completed. We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the rehabilitation works of Petauke, Chief Sandwe, Chilongozi, Mfue Road in Eastern Province was split in 2 lots for ease of implementation. As of February 2022, the progress on lot 1 was 25.6%, while progress on lot 2 was at 47.8%. Answer to B, as of February 2022, the cumulative payments to the contractors on the project were as follows. Under lot 1, the contractor had been paid 58,448,275 kwacha 88 ngwe, while the contractor for lot B had been paid 75,035,978 kwacha 13 ngwe. To question C, the cost of the outstanding works on lot 1 contract is 157,904 kwacha and 904,939 kwacha 34 ngwe, while the cost of outstanding works on lot 2 contract is 96,557 kwacha 610 kwacha 17 ngwe. And the answer to question D, the contract for lot 1 was terminated by the contractor due to delayed payments for works undertaken, whilst the contract for lot 2 has been suspended due to funding challenges. The completion date for the project will be known once funds for the works have been secured. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, Honorable Member from Sazala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I would like to find out what measures, like in simple terms, just to put up an accessibility for our people in Msanzara, particularly on bridges and uphill like at Nyamanjiva and the Lusangazi River. What measures are you going to take as we are waiting for this funding or sourcing of the monies? How are you going to help the people of Msanzara constituency? Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you very much for the follow-up question from Honorable Member from Sanzala. I think even as late as last week on the floor of this House, I stated that if members of Parliament are aware of situations which might result in certain of our communities being cut off during the rain season, those should be brought to our attention so that emergency works can be done. It's not the wish of this government to see any member of our communities being cut off from the rest of the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katombor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing the people of Katombora to raise a matter, a point of order, Madam Speaker. I know that it has appeared as if it's a question. I don't know whether you can exercise your discretion to allow me to proceed with a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, the point of order that I raise on is premised on the provisions of standing orders 131, 132, and 133, upon which I seek the discretion of you, Madam Speaker, to allow me raise a matter which borders on public, it's not public importance, but it's a public policy matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the motion I am moving here on this point of order is pertaining the ruling that has been rendered today and the efficacy on what should happen for purposes of jurisprudence tomorrow, Madam Speaker, on honorable members of parliament that were allowed by the Concord to come and sit before this house, and later on their seats were nullified, but they continued earning an income, Madam Speaker. I am seeking your ruling, Madam Speaker, as to whether that income will be refunded or what the position would be for purposes of jurisprudence tomorrow. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe for good order, it's better if you have a complaint relating to that, you put that in writing to my office, and it will be addressed. So, the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question is asking the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to construct a modern hospital in Siavonga district.
Sorry, I thought you were just asking. I was wondering, actually. We are still on the other question. So, I think there's pressure to attend to other national issues. That's why. So, Honorable Member, we will just finish. Just two more questions. Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's gratifying to note that your ministry is preparing for all those roads that might possibly be cutting off. And I hope Mukambo Road is priority on your list, considering the amount of effort that the people of Kantanshi have put to try and see that we don't get cut off this rain season. However, Madam Speaker, the minister raised the point of termination of the contract by the contractor. I wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister, and there are a number of contractors who have discontinued contracts under your ministry. Are there any financial liabilities towards them seeking for termination? And if they are, has your ministry made a full assessment of the amount of money the Zambian people lose for these contractors who leave site and also terminate those contracts based on the fact that your ministry is not paying them? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kantanshi. The situation is very clear. If a contractor terminates a contract, other than that which they are entitled to, such as the interim payment certificates for work already done, and of course what was accumulated as costs, such as interest, there is no other cost that they're entitled to. It's different, however, if the termination arises from the contracting authority. But in this particular case, the termination is from the contractor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mbwana Mukubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure, for those answers. Minister, I just wanted to find out perhaps if the ministry has carried out an evaluation looking at some of these roads, like the road in Msanzala, being priced at very, very high price. If they've carried out an evaluation to ensure that some of these contracts or roads are renegotiated to ensure that they are at very good market price, so that our brothers in Msanzala can access some of these facilities such as bridges and the aforesaid road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa, Honorable Mwambazi, for that very important point. I think it's a well-known truth that a number of contracts in the infrastructure sector were overpriced in the past. It has been the focus of this new Dawn administration to ensure that we reduce to the right levels the costs pertaining to infrastructure development. On a number of these contracts, we are carrying out an assessment, and we talked about over 1,000 contracts that were given, some without any backing, budgetary backing, and so on. Part of our assessment is to see the impact, financial impact onto government of the termination of these contracts, and we shall tread carefully to make sure that we do not unnecessarily increase government liability as a result of certain actions that we take. I must hasten to add, referring to the second point that has made. In other words, on existing contracts, how do we reduce costs? On some of the existing contracts that were already signed and they were already in process of being performed, we have had contractors themselves come and offer discounts. When those do so, you'll find that government, I think, meets them halfway by ensuring that they go ahead and they complete those projects. I think that is a realization that what they're charged for were very high, and not just on roads, also on houses. I think we have talked about two-bedroom low-cost house costing over $1 million kwacha, and so on. Those type of costs, or cost per kilometer in excess of $1 million kwacha on the roads, is a thing of the past. We still have contracts that were given out at those prices. And I urge contractors that want to cooperate with government to voluntarily come when they offer discounts, so that we can perform these things at the right costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, am I asking on 24 or 25? Yeah, because of the system, so I left my iPad. 24? Yes. Madam Speaker.
No, sorry, we haven't reached. I thought if you don't have a question, then the Honorable Member for Petauke.
No, I have, Madam Speaker.
On this same matter?
Yes, I indicated on the bush because I left the iPad. I forgot. Madam Speaker, looking at the importance of this road going to Mfue, I know it's a very important road, especially from the people. In fact, should I say this is a trunk road leading Petauke and Mfue. And Madam Speaker, if you check in the presidential speech when he spoke about tourism, he emphasized that we need to open up areas where there is potential of where we can bring in a lot of tourists. This road, Madam Speaker, it's a road which can reduce the distance from either from Lusaka by road into Mfue, or if people arrive by plane from Mfue into Sandwe Game Management Area. The question is, Madam Speaker, is the minister considering, since the budget for 2023 is still under preparation, is the minister has got any plans to see to it that we include this road into the budget for 2023 so that we can ease the traveling or reduce the traveling of our tourists when they come into the country going into Mfue? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Rural Development. Housing Development, what is it?
Urban Development.
Urban Development, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Nyimba. Government is aware of the importance of this particular road and the fact that those driving from Lusaka to Mfue, that's a possible shortcut. And January, February this year, I was in Petauke, and this is one of the roads that was brought to my attention when I was visiting the district. So yes, there is contracts on this particular road. As to whether we shall proceed will depend on the availability of funds. I cannot, at this juncture, preempt what's going to happen in the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Since the Honorable Member for Petauke wants to ask a question, he's insisting. Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure it has been already asked by my friends. So I'll just visit the minister to his office. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Nyimba to ask question number 25. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Zulu asked 3 questions. Whether the government has any plans to construct communication towers in Chieftainess Mwapes Chiefdom in Nyimba district. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And in C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, is in A, government plans to take connectivity to all the unserved and underserved parts of the country, including in Chieftainess Mwapes Chiefdom in Nyimba district, by strategically constructing communication towers. So far, government constructed a short tower at Chieftainess Mwapes Kingdom. The tower has recently been upgraded to provide more connectivity. In B, further, government commissioned a nationwide connectivity gap analysis study to ascertain the areas that need communication towers to be constructed. Government has plans to construct one communication tower in Chieftainess Mapes Chiefdom in Nimba district starting mid next year. In C, the report of the gap analysis is being finalized, which will culminate in the development of a digital connectivity master plan for the whole countries, and members of parliament will be required to verify the coverage of communication towers in their respective constituencies after the completion of the master plan. I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Minister has promised the people of Nyimba and specifically people of Chieftainess Mapes area that the construction will start mid next year. Madam Speaker, usually I have few concerns with the promises coming from our ministers, that whatever they promise for Nyimba, nothing comes like which come up so that we can do. Minister, you understand that due to poor planning, we ended up constructing towers in the game reserve in Chief Wembe's area. And yes, good, the tourists are using internet, everything. And looking at the bigger part of that area, you agree with me that 80% of animals there, it's not human animal, but it's animals such as elephant and lions are the ones who are benefiting from that. Are you going to consider talking to the local people who knows where people are densely populated before erecting any tower? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, we have said that we are finalizing a digital connectivity master plan for the whole country, and members of parliament will be engaged to help us ensure that the towers are planted in the correct areas. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you know the difficulties of network in Chief Mapes area are similar to those in other regions where we've got valleys as well. Now, Honorable Minister, you are saying the short tower was upgraded. And that tower, as much as it was upgraded, I'm very certain that it's not functioning like any other towers. Are the towers that you are going to upgrade going to accommodate the 3 current networks that we have as a country, or it's only Zamtel that will be operating? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we upgrade, we increase the distance for connectivity. And therefore, the upgrade that has taken place means that more people are connected to the tower. And in being, Madam Speaker, the reason we are carrying out a detailed assessment is to ensure that members of parliament are part and parcel of the connectivity plan. And then in C, Madam Speaker, we shall ensure that beyond Zamtel and as part of the licensing requirement, all mobile and telephone operators are required to plant towers in the rural areas. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, what will be the average cost of constructing one tower?
Order. As the time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
posed by Mr. Menyane Zulu, Nyimba Member for Parliament, to the Minister of Technology and Science.
And so when business resumes, the Member of Parliament for Chinsalo will continue posing follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister. Jonas, when business resumed, Madam Speaker did begin by making an announcement where she informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of our Honour, the Vice President, who is still attending to other government business, the Honourable Minister of Defence, Honourable Ambrose L. Lufuma MP, will continue to act as leader of government business in the House from today, 20th September 2022, till further notice.
Right, and we also had a ruling by Madam Speaker, and after that we had a ministerial statement. But we'll be looking at those summary highlights of those, what has happened on the floor of the House on the other side. In the meantime, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
As we go about our everyday business, let us remind ourselves about the importance and value of life. Let's stay alive and look out for each other on the road.
Road safety is a shared responsibility. Just like we share the roads, we need a multi-sectorial approach that requires the engagement of all stakeholders. Join hands and make a pledge.
I, Dr. Siatombo, pledge not to drive at excessive speeds.
My name is Sirwamba Damia, and I pledge to report all broken down vehicles and traffic violations to the Road Transport and Safety Agency.
The role of the Member of the Parliament is to plan strategies, develop policies, and discuss parliamentary business.
Pali ba MP izibako batandizirako ma constituency like monga vintu ngati civil munshe mu constituency ndiye bamene bamayanganirapo.
The Member of Parliament is there to address the concern and the issues and the questions of the people that he's representing.
Basically, the role of the Member of Parliament is to speak in support or in opposition of pieces of legislation that are brought before the floor of the House, and to also address the concerns of the constituents through contributing to debates that are floated on the floor of the House.
The Member of Parliament should represent these people in a constituency. He should work with constituency officials, ward officials, councillors to foster development in the constituency. E.g., if there is no bridge, the Member of Parliament should look for sponsors, or they should work together with the constituency officials to know how best they can use the constituency development funds.
Inchito yaba Member of Parliament kuchita help district eyo baliko nombanga chakwebo kwebati kuli abali amukuchita attend meeting then elo nomba mulira district bafumine tafire chinja nishitabale twafwa.
Yes, I think precisely is to represent the people, and owing to CDF, which is the Constituent Development Funds, to see that every aspect of developmental projects in the constituency are being taken care of, and is ground to the people and meeting the people from time to time, not just during elections. So I think precisely that's the role of the MP.
Member of Parliament is supposed to look at the welfare of his constituents and to see to it that how are the people living there, the things they need. He's supposed to take note of those things.
Very interesting views from the local people there on what they know about the role of a Member of Parliament. We're back on your screens, and this is the voice of the people. My name is Paulson Tendovi. Today, we interact with the Senior Research Officer from the Research Department, and this is Mrs. Agi Mumbi. Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television.
Thank you, Mr. Ndovi. I'm glad to be here.
Briefly tell us what you do here at the National Assembly of Zambia as a senior research officer.
Thank you so much. Coming from a research department, which is information oriented, my role basically is to ensure that members of parliament, who are primary stakeholders, senior management, of course, our colleagues, staff, and members of the public have the right information about parliament and whatever information they need to execute their duties. So basically, that is my role.
How are you directly engaged with the role of members of parliament, the work of the members of parliament? What kind of work do you do for members of parliament?
Okay, that's an interesting question. So I'll simply answer that question by giving an example. For example, when you see a member of parliament raising a motion on the floor of the House, as a research department, we have to research and ensure that they have the right information before they present their motion on the floor. So we are engaged in doing all that. If a member of parliament is traveling for an event, a conference, we as a research department, we have to be on hand to ensure that we give them the right information concerning the conference they are going to be attending, the topics that they're going to be discussing, so that they participate effectively, and they should be knowledgeable as they are presenting about parliament as well as the nation at large.
We had very interesting voices from various people across the city of Lusaka regarding today's topic, which is the role of members of parliament. What is the role of a member of parliament? Let's just begin by you maybe highlighting who a member of parliament is.
Well, this is a very interesting question, and it's one of those questions that have been misunderstood, especially by the public. So probably before I even get to highlight some of the functions that the member of parliament performs, or indeed who a member of parliament is, I think let me just state briefly who a member of parliament, or what a member of parliament is not. Yeah, because I think that's what has brought about a lot of misconceptions and misunderstanding about the role of the members. So I know people out there think a member of parliament is one with money.
A moving ATM. Some people call it.
Exactly. They think a member of parliament is one who should attend a funeral every, in the constituency, as long as there's a funeral, the member of parliament should be there. And I've actually heard of people calling members of parliament, they should attend a wedding because he's a member of parliament, so they should be there. So those are some of the misconceptions. That is not what a member of parliament is. We are not saying they can't attend those, they can't attend to those functions, but I think that is not what describes a member of parliament.
From the research department, where do you think these misconceptions come from? Is it the way they conduct themselves during campaigns, the promises that they make?
Well, it could actually be expectations of the people. On the ground, there's a lot that is expected of a member of parliament. So I think that's one of the sources of the misconceptions. So they expect a member of parliament to be a provider. In the actual sense, we can now get to who a member of parliament is. So in the constitution, really, in our constitution of Zambia, it's not like specifically highlighted to say this is who a member of parliament is, or probably let me say it's not clearly defined. But we have Article 63 of the Constitution of Zambia, which stipulates what Parliament ought to do, or the responsibilities of Parliament. And that extends to the members of Parliament, because there's no National Assembly without the members of Parliament. So our Constitution in Article 63 highlights some major functions of members of Parliament. And these include making laws, that is legislation. So that's one of the primary responsibilities of members of Parliament. They have to make sure that laws are made for the people of Zambia. Secondly, they also have to ensure that they provide oversight over the executive. So what members of parliament are basically doing in principle is to ensure that we have the separation of powers. So the executive will do their role, parliament will do its role, the judiciary will do its role. So members of parliament are there to ensure that they provide oversight over what the executive is doing. So the executive will come up with policies, programs. Parliament and its MPs, they will come here and also ensure that those programs and policies that have been set by the executive are executed in accordance with the plans that have been set or in line with the policies that were set initially. So Parliament is there to offer that oversight. Also, the members of Parliament are there as representatives. As we know, they are elected by the people. So they are there to represent the members of the public. We can't all come to Parliament. You know, resources will not allow, infrastructure will not allow. So at least there should be one person who should be able to represent us. So these MPs are there to represent our needs. They are there to represent the needs of the public here at the highest institution, which is Parliament. So that is their representative law. I'll add two more. Of course, there are many other functions that the members of Parliament perform in executing their role as MPs. Yeah. So the other one is also to ensure that they approve international agreements before they are ratified by the executive. So before any international agreement is approved, you know, there are so many international agreements that are there now. So before they are assented to or before they are ratified, the MPs should agree or they should not agree. They should approve, and then government will proceed to ratify or assent to such agreements. And lastly, let me talk about approval of budget. That is also a role of the Member of Parliament. The members of Parliament, they set and approve the national budget. We call it the national cake. You know, when plans are made, the MPs are there to scrutinize the budget and approve to ensure that the resources that we have are equitably and effectively distributed to all the sectors of our nation. So in brief, that's how I can describe the role of a member of parliament.
That's at parliamentary level. Let's talk about at political level.
Indeed. So at political level, members of parliament also have a role to ensure that they are helping the party to function the way it's supposed to function. They are there to help the party to ensure that they plan, strategize, and come up with programs that will help them to stay in to stay afloat. Yeah, they are there to help the party they should represent the views of the party wherever they go.
We do have 156 constituencies dotted across the country. And what is the role of a member of parliament at constituency level? I know you did briefly touch about that, but maybe you can expand.
Yes, please. So if we go down to constituency level, you know, this is where everything is starting from. So the member of parliament should go to the constituency, and that's what they do, especially when they are not here at parliament. They are in the constituencies. They are there to listen to the views of the people, so they are taking the party strategies to the people. They are also communicating parliamentary business or parliamentary, whatever has been discussed at parliament level, at national level. They are taking it down to the constituency. They are communicating. They are in between the people and parliament. So everything, they're a channel. Everything has to pass through them. Any information coming from Parliament has to pass through the MPs. They take it down to the constituency level. And then they are also there to attend to, of course, we briefly talked about the needs, so many needs of the people in constituencies. Yes, the MP can attend to such, but even, you know, when they have branch meetings, they have to attend to those. That's one of the roles of the MPs at constituency level.
Let's talk about the members, the categories of members of parliament that we find in the House. We do have the backbenchers. We have the nominated and cabinet ministers. Maybe shed more light on the differences.
Okay, so when you hear of, let me start with the cabinet ministers. So the cabinet ministers, these are members of parliament. Of course, they could be elected or nominated, but they have a ministerial position in the executive. So they are serving as a member of parliament. They could have a constituency or they may not have, but they also have a ministry that they are running. So that's a cabinet minister. So one of their responsibilities is to articulate various issues pertaining to their ministry. They have to respond to questions pertaining to their ministry whilst in the House. So those are the cabinet ministers. That doesn't take away their role of being a representative at the constituency level. They still remain their representatives. Then we have the backbenchers. So the backbenchers do not have a ministerial position. But they can be, if anything, others I've heard people say, does it mean that a backbencher is one who is in the opposition? So that's not the case. A backbencher is simply a member of parliament who doesn't have a ministerial position, who is not a cabinet minister or a provincial minister, basically. Yeah. And then, of course, we have the nominated members of parliament. So this is in line with the constitutional privilege that is given to the president, who is allowed to nominate at least 8 members of parliament. You know, so those are the privileged ones who are nominated by the president to be part of the 167 now in total. Yes.
As we come to the end of today's topic, as we look at the role of members of parliament, what could be your concluding remarks regarding today's topic?
Thank you. I think I'd like to urge our viewers to take interest in what MPs do, to take interest in fact, reading, and I'd like to encourage especially the youth. They really need to read and understand what the member of parliament is supposed to do, to really understand their role. It's a pity now we have COVID. I could have encouraged them to actually visit parliament, but now with this COVID, there are those restrictions. So I would like to urge the viewers, please get to our website, the parliament website, get to read. We have a lot of information there about who a member of parliament is, and they'll get to learn and understand who their members are. They will know how to approach the members. They will know how to get in touch with their members. All that information is available on our website.
Ms. Mumbi, thank you so much for making appearance on the Voice of the People program.
Thank you so much.
My guest was Agi Mumbi, a researcher. She is a senior research officer under the research department here at the National Assembly of Zambia. And today we are looking at the role of a member of parliament, which has helped us understand what these roles are all about. My name is Paulson Tindovi. We'll be back with yet another interesting topic on the Voice of the People. Keep watching Parliament Television. Being with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on the 20 minutes health break, but shortly business resumes. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House.
Right, earlier we did talk about questions for oral answer, Paulson rather, and the first question did come from Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and he wanted to find out what progress in percentage terms on the rehabilitation of the Petaoke Chief Sandwe Chilongozi Mfuwe Road in Eastern Province was as of February 2022, and how much money has been spent on the project as of February 2022. And the Minister has responded to this question, Paulson.
Yes, and in A did respond that the project was split in 2 lots for easy implementation. And the B part of the question, Julius.
And the B part of the question, the Minister did inform the House that the cumulative payments to the contractors on the project as of February 2022 was under Lot 1. The contractor had been paid 58.4 million kwacha, whilst the contractor at Lot 2 has been paid about 75 million kwacha.
Let's see part of the question. The member wanted to find out what the cost of the outstanding works is, and according to the Minister did say that the cost of the outstanding works on Lot 1 contract is about 157,904,934 while the cost of outstanding works on Lot 2 contract is above 96 million.
Resumes shortly. Seemingly, we do not have a quorum, and under consideration is a question for oral answer understanding order number 74. This is question number 25. The Minister of Chinsali Member of Parliament.
Was suspended. The House was considering question number 25 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Nyimba, and the Honorable Member for Chinsali was asking a supplementary question. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question was that how much is the cost of constructing one network tower, an average cost in the area that we are discussing? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The towers vary in height and also in active equipment. And number two, Madam Speaker, is that we have placed an advert for the one towers to be constructed. I don't want to preempt the competitive nature of those that are going to engage in the bidding. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the other question the Minister answered me, but just for clarity, Minister, we have the short towers now, which I think they're about 15 meters or 10 meters or so. And looking at the terrain in the constituency, and those towards Katipa, Tijensimbo, where there's literally very poor network, which type of towers are you planning to give the rural setup like Nimba constituency? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, it's a dual strategy. For the ones that are short, we now have technology. When we replace the modem, that can create extra capacity and range to be able to be useful. So we shall do that for most of the short towers. And for the ones that we're planting afresh, we shall concentrate on the long towers. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Musanzala. Not in the House. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask a question, a follow-up question to the Minister of Technology. Minister of Technology, how many towers are you going to provide in Chief Mwape's area, Nyimba district? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, we said we upgraded one of the short towers, that is one, and we are also going to give one extra long tower in her kingdom. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lubasenshi. Not in the House. The last one, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from the minister. He was talking of upgrading of short towers to increase the coverage. And he was saying they are going to install or to construct two, one short and one the normal one, which is the long one. Which side would be advantageous, Mr. Honorable Minister? If you were to construct a long tower and increase the coverage from the normal, like the ones we have in Karabo, which is covering about 15 kilometers, wouldn't it be beneficial to have a tower of a longer range than constructing two within the same specified kingdom? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the sake of clarity, we have, for example, in Nyimba, existing short towers. And in many other places, there are many existing short towers. Those are the ones we are increasing capacity so that we can increase the range. The new towers will be the long one. I thank you.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Mapatizia. The Honorable Member for Mapatizia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Mapatizia to ask a question. Question number 26.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Member for Mapatizia, Honorable Munashabantu, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development 3 questions. The first one is whether the government has any immediate plans to rehabilitate the Kalomo-Mapatizia Road, which is in a deplorable condition. And the question B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and the C, when the road will be tarred. The answer is as follows, Madam Speaker. A, there are no immediate plans to rehabilitate the Kalomo-Mapatizia Road due to funding challenges. B, the plans may be considered in future road sector work plans, subject to availability of funds. And C, government will consider upgrading the road to bituminous standards in the future work plans, subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, is there anything that you can do in the interim? Mapatizia Road is extremely dilapidated, and we have a lot of activity, especially the mining area. Would you suggest that probably your office and the mining area could engage each other and see how you can do in the interim? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honorable friend, member for Dunmwezi, for the follow-up question. Yes, indeed, we are concerned, Madam Speaker, on the state of the Mapatizia Road to Kalomo. And here is what, I don't know about that, but for now, this is what we are doing, or this is what we have done. In order to keep the road open and accessible as consideration for major works is being awaited. As consideration for major works being awaited. So we are considering that. In the interim, RDA undertook an assessment of the damaged culverts on the road in March 2021 and submitted a budget for the required repair works to National Road Fund Agency in the sum of 1,149,591 kwacha 84 ngwe. However, due to limited fiscal space against competing demands, works have yet to be undertaken. In the same vein, RDA intends to continue undertaking routine maintenance on the stretch. The scope of routine maintenance works includes vegetation control. Madam Speaker, I urge the honorable member for Mapatisia that sometimes to come and see us in the office might result in some of these issues being resolved faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Minister, may I know whether there's any intention to include this same road in the next year's budget? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, we are aware, as I said, we are aware of the state of this road. We also know that this goes to a mining place, which means then that is commercially viable. And as I've stated, we have plans, first of all, to make it motorable by these works, and we shall do that. But the plan, as I said in my initial answer, is that ultimately we need to upgrade it to bituminous road status. So the plans are there, and we hope to implement it. Now, his question is whether there are plans to put it in next year's budget. Again, I think it would be wrong of me as minister to start announcing what plans are going in the next year's budget. That is the preserve of the Minister of Finance when he comes here on the last Friday of this month to announce the budget. So let us wait and see what goes in the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwembezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituency is Mwembehi. Madam Speaker, through you, Minister. Is it sure? Minister, you are saying that you have got plans which are pending the funding from Minister of Finance. Are you able to kindly furnish us, maybe in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, the planned roads in this country to be rehabilitated, so that we don't ask you this question every now and then? Because even in Mwembeshi now in Shibuyunji, the culverts have collapsed. And I was going to bring the same question, that when are you going to do the road? Are you able to bring that master plan? You're planning that, okay, these are the priority roads which are supposed to be done, pending funding from the Ministry of Finance. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before the Minister comes in, the voices are too loud on my left. Leader of Opposition, your voices are too loud. Can you please lower? Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The list of roads that we wish to start on is being developed both on the PPP mode of financing and those that require government to allocate resources for them. That list is still in the process of being finalized, and therefore is to be inappropriate to announce it now. We are finalizing that as government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Finally, the Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to follow up question. The Minister of Infrastructure.
Order, the Honorable Member for Petauke, there's an indication of a point of order. What is the point of order, the Honorable Member for Dundumwezi?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to find out whether the Chief Whip for UPND is in order to have allowed this House to indicate that Honorable Jamba is independent, when Honorable Jamba is a MP who was voted overwhelmingly by the UPND, and he sits here as a UPND member. Is it in order that he continues appearing on these gadgets as a member of parliament as an independent? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Dundumwezi. According to the standing orders, you cannot rise on administrative issues. So, however, it was a good reminder. The clerks and the ICT group will work on that. And apologies to Honorable Jamba, his UPND Member of Parliament for his constituency. May the Honorable Member for Petauke Central continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question to the Minister of Infrastructure from the good people of Petauke to Mapatizia Road. Minister of Infrastructure, do you have any plans of putting the bridges, culverts, so that the good people of Mapatizia, they can be crossing in rain season, as we are waiting for next year to put up the roads in Mapatizia? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think in my additional information which I gave, I did indicate that some work was done in March 2021 to assess the damaged culverts on this particular road, and a cost was submitted. What we need to do is make a follow-up so some of these can be repaired. And that's why I've asked the Honorable Member for Mapatizia to liaise with us so that we can see what can be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is that an indication for Mandevu? The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving us an opportunity to ask a question to the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure. My brother, the Member of Parliament for Mwembezi, asked a very fair question to the Minister, but instead he has chosen not to answer him. The issues of roads are very critical, not only to Mwembezi, but in all our constituencies, including Mandevu. And what the Minister has been doing from last year is to tell us that he will do the roads as and when money is available. He has not been indicating as to when. And my colleague...
Honorable Member, can you go specific to your question?
My question is, I think in this session who would love to relax, can he give us a list of those roads after the budget is presented, which will be done under the next budget, so that we know to say these roads will be done and the others will be done the other way, unlike the answers he's been giving from last year. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Mandevu. The question from the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi was very clear about the development of this list of priority roads. And I've said this is in the process of being developed. And until such time as the list is finalized, we cannot announce it on the floor of this House. When the budget is done, the budget in the Yellow Book will indicate what roads are being done. So if there are any roads that are being done in any constituency, they will be indicated as part of the budget. So the Honorable Member for Mandevu, if he has any trunk roads in his constituency, because that's what I'm in charge of, those will be announced if they are part of the budget for 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Isoka. Should be indicating first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Isoka to ask a question. Question number 27.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me, before I answer the question, to congratulate the Copper Queens for emerging victorious in South Africa, where they went, where they conquered the Southern Africa and eventually brought the COSAFA Cup for the first time in the history of this nation. Allow me also, Madam Speaker, to congratulate the boxers who minted 7 medals in Mozambique, that is 2 gold and 3 bronze, and also parted away with $47,500 from the tournament. I need also to extend the congratulations to the draft players who also emerged victorious in Bulgaria and also minted a lot of medals, and 2 gold, 4 bronze. Indeed, Zambia is in the Champions League. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Isoka wishes to ask a question whether the government has any plans to construct the following infrastructure in Isoka district. 1, a football stadium, 2, a basketball court, and 3, a volleyball court. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And in C, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament may wish to note that it is the desire of this government, through my Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, to construct and establish multi-sports facilities to cater for all sporting disciplines, not only basketball or volleyball and football. but all sporting disciplines at national, provincial, and district levels, respectively, which includes a soccer district. To this end, Madam Speaker, the Ministry is focused on developing and improving the state of sport infrastructure in the country to serve as a catalyst for sport development and also production of quality athletes. In B, yes, Madam Speaker, the Ministry has plans to construct and rehabilitate multi-sports infrastructure in the country. In this regard, in order to achieve this, the Ministry has requested for additional budgetary allocation in the 2023 budget to facilitate infrastructure development, which includes sports infrastructure. However, the Honourable Member of Parliament may also wish to note that the Ministry is also engaging cooperating partners in order to mobilize alternative source of funding for infrastructure development, which will also include multi-sports facilities. As I'm talking to you now, when I mention cooperating partners, we are sitting on 20 basketball courts donated by the cooperating partners, which will be distributed in all the provinces. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? Honorable members, I've seen that some members are indicating when we are winding up. Is it possible that you can indicate well in advance so that the names are seen and we don't miss you? The Honorable Member for Lubansenshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the responses that you have provided to this Honorable House. My question, through Madam Speaker, how many stadiums do you intend to construct in 2022, if possible even in 2023, and which provinces or districts, so that even the good people of Luwingu, Luansesh constituents can know that indeed we are going to have a stadium. Thank you.
Please, let's not expand the question so much. We are in Isoka. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, I've seen a question from Honorable Chair from Lubansense, which is coming. So if I answer him, it means that question may lapse. But I will try to answer so that that question lapses. If I am allowed, Madam Speaker. Currently, we are constructing 4 major stadiums in the country. That includes one in Luapula province, that is Kaole Stadium. That is in 2022. We are also constructing another one, that is Independence Stadium in Solwezi. We are also constructing David Kaunda Stadium in Chipata, and also the Kasama Sports Complex in Kasama. So these are the 4 that we are constructing this year. But as I said, in fact, members of parliament should support the budget for the Ministry of Youth so that we improve on the infrastructure in almost all the districts. We may not construct in all the districts, but I think after the announcement of the budget, we'll be able to know which district will be catered in 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Minister of Sports. Allow me to pass condolences to you on the tragedy that happened in your constituents, the loss of the 20 United Church of Zambia members on the road from Kaputa to Mporokoso. May their soul rest in peace. Honorable Minister, the question in Isoka on sports.
the stadium being asked, and you are hoping the finance minister will include your request in the budget. We know that's far-fetched because of budget constraints. Are you considering in Isoka and many rural areas to use the mega resources you have in your ministry to consider other sports like track? We know we just had a champion, Muzara Samkonga, that brought joy to the nation. From Mandevu constituency, I'm guided. I thought it was Matero. Honorable Minister, would you consider trucks putting up in all the rural constituencies? It will cost nothing. Already the rural citizens run. Are we able to find another Muzala? Even high jump, simple sticks will not cost much to get people to jump so that we can win more Commonwealth and Olympic medals than concentrate on football. A stadium will never find that money. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to dispel the issue of concentrating on football. I think this morning I was hosting the boxers who won medals, as I indicated. I also hosted the draft players who also won medals. That clearly tells a story that we are not only concentrating on football. And I'm sure if there is a government which has done extremely well to remove what they were calling minor sport, is this government. We are sponsoring almost every sporting discipline in the country because we believe that we may not have gold medals from football, but we can win some medals elsewhere. So I think on that particular issue, we are doing everything possible to make sure that we support every sporting discipline. Now, what is important for people to know now is that for us as New Dawn administration, Madam Speaker, we are not looking at sport as just a mere entertainment. We are looking at sport as a vehicle that could assist us create employment amongst young people. Secondly, we are also looking at sport as a tool that we could use as New Dawn administration to alleviate poverty amongst young people. You've just said it, Honorable Member, that Muzara, today, Muzara is a millionaire because of this New Dawn administration. So when we are talking about creating employment and also alleviating poverty using sport, this is what we talk about. Those that have minted gold medals, silver or bronze, have been given a lot of money so that they are removed from poverty. Now, what we are doing to alleviate the issue of the tracks in all the stadium is that we've come up with a program we are calling the National Youth Sports Festivals. These sports festivals will be done in every district, where we'll be choosing all the sporting disciplines, so that at the end of the day we are able to come up with very good and quality athletes in all the sporting discipline. So we may not have the capacity now to get all the equipment that may be required, but I think we'll be able to manage it through what we have so far. And as I said earlier, that in 2023, we are looking forward to see a very good budget for my ministry, and we'll be able to start constructing or rehabilitating some of the stadia in the country, including Matero, where you people have launched that sports facility. We are going to make sure that we rehabilitate that so it comes to a standard where it could be appreciated by yourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to know the criteria you have used for not including the people of Isoka. For the people of Isoka, you haven't included them, that you are going to build the infrastructures asked before. because the reason why we want those sporting infrastructure to be built in our constituency, the youth, most of the youth are going to be busy playing football and other athletics. When they are not busy, they are going to be involved in other activities like sodomizing. I also want to let you know that.
So what is your question, Honorable Member?
My question is, I wanted first to explain, Madam Speaker.
You are debating, Honorable Member. Please go straight to your question.
Honorable Minister, which criteria are you going to use to help the people of Isoka? Because we want to have those infrastructure sporting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The criteria that was used, I'm sure that was the question. And it's like there's another question that the criteria that we use. Now, I want also to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to also talk to the nation through Parliament that even when you are looking for positive results, I know the Zambian people have been looking for positive results in any sporting discipline. But I think what we are not doing is that sometimes we plumply look for money for people to go and participate. Honorable Mundu, you are making a lot of noise.
Honorable members, can we please maintain silence? We are free even to go outside and caucus and come back, so
Yes.
that those who want to raise their voices can be free outside. But when you are here, please let's minimize noise. Honorable Minister, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, because I wanted him to understand and listen carefully so that he knows what we are doing in Polokoso in 2023. Madam Speaker, the 3 steps I wanted to talk about was, number 1, now that we have been looking for positive results in every sporting discipline, I think we should also take care of the 3 steps that I'm about to mention. Number 1, we need to look at investing in infrastructure if we can produce quality athletes. So for us, rehabilitating or constructing sports infrastructure is a priority, because that's when we can get our quality athletes, when we do that. Second, previously, Madam Speaker, governments were so eager, very prompt to look for money for people to go and participate in an event, because they were not competing. You can't take a team to go and compete when they are not adequately prepared. So what we are doing as New Dawn is to invest in preparation, so that we send our people to go and compete, not to go and participate the way it used to be done previously. So that is a very good step. And the third one now, let's look for money for people to go and compete. Those 3 steps, if are followed properly, will be able to be called a sports powerhouse, either in the southern region or even in Africa. Now, coming to Madam, the criteria that was used, we wanted first to make sure that we have very good sports infrastructure in every provincial town. So if you've heard me correctly, I said Chipata, that's a provincial capital, Mansa Kaole Stadium, Solwezi Independence Stadium, and also Kasama, which is a provincial capital. That was the criteria. So we wanted to start with the provincial capitals. I know we found land in Chinsari. We have also found land in Livingstone. So after those 4, we are going to also put up very good sports infrastructure. In fact, sports infrastructure in every province. That does not mean that we will not come to Chembe, my friend. We are coming to other districts. And I believe that 2023 budget will be able to cater to some. I've talked about Isoka. We are coming to Isoka. But I wanted my colleague in Chembe to know that we are also touching Chembe, including Isoka. So the criteria, I think I've explained. And let's see how the master plan will be after the budget has been presented. Then you'll be able to tell you which districts will start with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. My question was on the Minister bringing a master plan to this House, which he has just confirmed, because there were quite a number of areas that were mentioned by the previous Minister of Sports, where stadia were supposed to be built, and Mwinilunga was one of them. So I'm quite happy that he's going to come with the master plan. Well done, Minister.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka, do you have any other, one more question for you? You've exhausted your point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Honorable Minister has already answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Luganseshi, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This point of order goes to the government leader of business. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the leader of government's business to allow this honorable house to continue debating whilst the column is not formed? If you look at on your right, the members from your right, the seats are almost empty. Is it in order, Madam Speaker?
Can you cite the standing order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The standing order is there. The standing order is there in the standing order. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the Honorable Member just wanted people to smile. Otherwise, this House has got a quorum. The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to seek some clarification from my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Sports and Arts. Madam Speaker, sports development is a very costly undertaking, particularly if you want to produce quality athletes, if you want to win more medals. And also, I'm very happy by the statements from the Minister and also from my colleague, Honorable Sampa, to the effect that we are beginning to look beyond football, because I think Zambia is very strong in individual sports, if people have not observed that, compared to team sports. We have had medals in squash, in tennis, in boxing, in swimming for many years, and we never paid attention to this. It's good that now we're beginning to pay attention, and we'll reap more if we shift our policy towards this approach. However, my concern is the money. Requires a lot of money to do festivals, to invest, as you have said, which is one of your steps. So other than budget support from the Ministry of Finance, which I know will not be enough, because the Ministry of Youth has never enjoyed a lot of money, very small budget. So how do you hope to finance all these activities so that we reap more medals, we produce winners for the nation? Are you only going to rely on the budget, or you have other ways of raising money for sports, particularly for this stadia? If you look, the two top stadia we have were helped by the Chinese. Now we want to do them ourselves. So where and how do you hope to raise extra money? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for Lukulu. Madam Speaker stated that with the help of the cooperating partners, we'll be able to construct more stadia. It's true that we may not only depend on the Minister of Finance, but I believe that I answered this question when I said that cooperating partners will be able to come in and assist us. And I even gave an example that I'm sitting on the 20 basketball courts that will be distributed in all the provinces. So there is that goodwill from the cooperating partners, even from the private sector. There is a very goodwill, because now, because of that restoration of the rule of law by the new Dawn administration, and also the way we are managing the affairs of the country, the private sector is very eager to complement government efforts in whatever we are doing. So, Honorable Member, we are going to make sure that we look elsewhere apart from money from the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Imwe mulina ma degree, that's why simukambira abantu.
Meaning what, Honorable Member? Honorable Member, meaning what?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Meaning these people with degrees, they are scared to talk, they don't talk. They only talk when someone stand up. But they can also indicate that they can talk. But I think there are people, they voted them for them to come and do yeah.
Honorable Member, we don't talk about ourselves. Please go straight to your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of...
Honorable Member for Petauke. I think it's Petauke. The constituency that we have here at Parliament is Petauke constituency. I don't know whether there is another Petauke so that we cause a by-election for Petauke Central. I'm sure you were guided even last week that this constituency is supposed to be called Petauke constituency. So can we maintain the name Petauke constituency so that we do not confuse the people of Zambia, and especially your people from Petauke constituency? So with that guide, please avoid the other new constituency that you keep on mentioning. You can continue with your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that guidance. The question to the Minister of Sports. Minister of Sports, have you tried to engage the private sector in Isoka so that maybe you can put up a good infrastructure under PPP program? Thank you, Minister of Sport.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Engaging the private sector on a PPP program. I think the Minister of Finance will be able to answer that one collectively, but I just want to say that the private sector will be able to come in, especially on the issue of PPP, when they see that they will recoup their money in a specified time. Now, looking at sports infrastructure, Madam Speaker, I don't see and expect the private sector to come in on a PPP program unless otherwise. It's something that we can try using him because he understands the PPP on stadiums very clearly. Yeah, but answering the question, I would say that we've not done that yet because of what I've just explained. Yeah, but there is nothing wrong to talk to the business people who are around the Isoka and see if they can come in and just assist. Because at the end of the day, this sports infrastructure will be used by their children, and themselves will also be able to watch some matches and other sporting disciplines. So it's something that we need to look at together with the Member of Parliament for Isoka. If there are those business people, she can come to the office, give me an information, then we'll be able to go that route. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chiengi to be heard on this very important question, which was asked by the Member of Parliament from Isoka. Madam Speaker, through you, I just want to find out if the ministry does not have the money now, if the ministry can work together with the councils, for the council for Isoka, and also since he's mentioned about developing these infrastructures in other parts of the country, if he can his ministry can work with local government, in other words, so that we can go back to what we used to have when we were growing up, like wall of fairs, I don't know what they're called now, so that we can have these recreation centers. I think it will help us than to wait for the money to start building these stadiums. I'd like to find out if this ministry cannot just work with the local government through the councils, especially for Isoka. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to be, Madam Speaker, motivated by the fact that in the CDF, we have some money on youth development. So maybe when she's talking about working with the local authority, we're just one government. Maybe I should take this opportunity also. The way you are doing to Home Affairs by buying vehicles for the police, you are also buying your own vehicles in your constituency. You are also assisting the Minister of Health in putting up infrastructure. You are also assisting Education Ministry to put up schools. You can do the same. You can do the same to put up sports infrastructure using the CDF. Because this is also a very good sector. And you know that a talent is a well-paid job than even a PhD degrees and other things. So if we can improve on the talent of a child, then the child will be able to get a lot of money through that talent. So as we are doing to education, AOC, infrastructure, you can also do it to my ministry by putting up sports infrastructure using CDF. After all, you have some money there under youth development. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll get the last two. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East and the Honorable Member for Ron. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving a chance to the people of Solwezi East, Mushindamo District, a chance to ask a question. Honorable Minister, the answers that you have given, I've heard you talking about construction, rehabilitating of the stadium. If you look at just the one next to us here, the Hero Stadium, so littered outside, it is so dry. Do you have any intention to open some of these facilities to the public for conference facilities and or maybe other events so that you can raise some revenue which can actually help to rehabilitate some of these stadia that you're talking about so that they can actually self-sustain themselves, so that you can have a beautiful stadium, green, not littered, and so on. Do you have any plans in that regard? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister, if you've got an answer for that. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me from a question which is not part of the soccer, soccer member of parliament's question. But the answer is, I can try to answer him by saying, yes, we have such plans, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I pose my question, through your indulgence, allow me to shower some accolades on the Honorable Member for Lukulo East, my elder brother, Dr. Kalila, who has immensely contributed to the sports in this country by being the architecture for players like Renford Dikalaba, Jacob Mlenga, Bob Banda when he was the proprietor of AfriSport. In fact, even Sunzu. Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister of Sport is that he has alluded in his statement that he has received 20 basketball courts from the cooperating partners. Could you, Honorable Minister, out of these 20 basketball courts or from the same cooperating partners, try to also lobby that the soccer people can also benefit a stadium out of the same cooperating partners? And as you answer your question, Honorable Minister, you have left an appetite hanging in us when you mentioned that the boxers in Mozambique were actually given a $47,000 as a prize money. Could you also be in a position to tell this House as to what our queens were paid when they lifted the COSAFA Cup in South Africa? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those were two questions. Honorable Minister, you can pick one question. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since it is a loaded question, it may also need a loaded answer. And I want to thank the Honorable Member for that loaded answer, so that those that may not know, I think you'll be able to be in the know-how of what we are doing as a ministry and as New Dawn administration. When we are passing accolades, Honorable Member, those that you've mentioned, there are more to that than what you've just mentioned. Even the bowlers of this world came from Honorable Kadira, AfriSport, and many more. So that is something that will not remove from Honorable Kadira. The Copper Queens, because some people may think that the way now we are doing things and how we are winning these games, it should not be seen as an accident. There's a lot of planning, a lot of motivation in terms of monetary. Previously, even if some people do not want to talk about the past, but it is important so that we know where we are going. These Copper Queens could come from a tournament, Madam Speaker. They were just given 50 kwacha for transport. That's what was obtaining. Now, where we started, for us, we started by just after qualifying. First, we gave them $1,000 each before they could even go to Morocco. And every game in the preliminary rounds, they were getting $3,000 per game. When they reached the quarterfinals, it was $4,000 per individual. So when they reached the semifinals, it was $4,500 per individual. So if they had played the final, it was supposed to be $5,000. So the three games is $3,000. By that's $9,000 plus the $1,000 that we were given to them. That's $10,000. When they reached the quarterfinals, it was $3,500. So we get to $14,500. Then when they played the semi-final, another $4,500. That is $17,000. So it's dollars, yes. So this is what has motivated these Copper Queens, Madam Speaker. And we are not just looking at the Copper Queens alone. We are looking at those that are not part of the team so that they are motivated also to join the team. Because as they say that where there is competition, there is quality provision of services. So we do expect that there will be a lot of competition now that there is something that is motivating them. So the wins that you've posted so far may not have just come for the sake of just no, there are a lot of things involved. Now, it's not only the Copper Queens. Even in Muzala, a gold medal, Madam Speaker, this time in New Dawn is $5,000. A gold medal is $5,000. So, as I was saying, those that have minted 2 gold medals, like in a draft, the boy went to Bulgaria and has minted two gold medals, is likely to come out with a $10,000. So in my earlier statement, I mentioned that we are not looking at sport as just a mere entertainment, as our colleagues used to look at it. As we are looking at a sport as something that, a tool that could alleviate poverty amongst the young people and also create employment. So thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question, so that a lot of members of Parliament will be able to understand what we are going through. And people have been asking questions. Where are we getting this money from? The same budget. I don't know where our colleagues where I don't know which priorities they were looking at. So what is important is prudence. The way we've been spending money, I think we've been prudently spending this money to where it's supposed to go. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to clear some of the issues that the members on your left, not ministers and independent members of Parliament, should know that this is what is now obtaining. Indeed, we are in the Champions League. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Siavonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 28.
By prior arrangement, this question would be answered by the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Siavonga, Honorable Mulunda, is asking the Minister of Health 3 questions. The first one, A, is whether the government has any plans to construct a modern hospital in Siavonga district. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And the last 3, C, if there are no such plans, why? The answer is as follows, Madam Speaker. First of all, to thank the Honorable Mlonda for the good question. The answer to question A, Madam Speaker, government continues to monitor with keen interest the growing tourism potential of Siavonga district. It is likely that in the coming years, the district is going to deserve an ultra-modern medical facility due to the anticipated economic growth of the district. Planning and budgeting will therefore be considered in the coming years for advanced medical facility. Answer to question B, Madam Speaker. Like we have said, 2024 and in fact even 2023 budgets will objectively consider that request by the Honorable Member of Siavonga. C, Madam Speaker, there have not been plans for Siavonga Hospital in the past because government through the ministry has been leveraging on the available resources to ensure that we take a step at a time so as to avoid ever committing Minister of Finance in our infrastructure or planning for health. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Honorable Milupi. Allow me to first congratulate you for having been identified by YouTube as the 7th richest man in Zambia, worth 200 million US dollars. Congratulations, Minister. On Siavonga, Minister, the question is, Siavonga, Minister, is full of accidents on that road, the hilly road, and also accidents on the lake. We've had a lot of drowning there. Given that the hospital may not be constructed anytime soon due to budget constraints, any chances of putting up a permanent flying doctor flight from there in case of emergency, and also an ambulance on the lake, non-stop monitoring the lake in case of drowning to save lives? I thank you, Minister.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Matero, Honorable Miles Sampa. Before I answer the question which I'm going to, I have always considered the Honorable Member as a very enlightened person. As an expert in free Wi-Fi, I would expect that by now he will not be taking seriously all the issues that appear on social media and the YouTube. If he wants in Congole, maybe he can see me outside without raising it. There is no truth in the statistics as given on wealth and so on. I think wealth, a lot of wealth is in the hands of those that help themselves to public resources and are not on this side of the house, they are on the other side. The substantive question is whether government is considering putting up facilities for flying doctor service and so on. We do have a hospital in Siavonga district, which was constructed in 1977, and it's a government facility. It has a bed capacity of 60, but due to population increase, this also needs to be worked upon. I think the issues that he has raised on the road, on the lakes and so on need to be addressed separately. But government has already stated that because of the need to promote tourism and what's going to happen with increased economic activities, this Siavonga needs an ultra-modern hospital. And this is what government is considering in the years to come, starting with the next budget, 2023, 2024, 2025. So I think that's the better way to go than the suggestion from the Honorable Member for Matero. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, once again for giving the people for Solwezi East, Mushindamo District, the source of the Kafue River, a chance to ask a question. Honorable Minister, from the plans that you have for this modern hospital, would you just clarify if you have factored in the other aspects that goes with the construction of a hospital, like staff houses and so on? Because it's just plain as a general, hospital, but about the other facilities that goes with that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honorable friend, Minister for Solwezi East, which is Mushindamo District. As he says, the source of Kafue over there is called Luenge River. Yes, when we talk about a modern facility, when that is eventually done, it will include all facilities, including housing for those that are going to man it. But we have to wait until these plans are finalized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Siavonga, do you have any question?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You can go ahead.
Honorable Minister, considering the fact that, yes, this particular hospital was constructed in the late 70s, it's just true that we have breakdowns here and there. And one of the areas where we have a lot of problems with the hospital is the area of the mortuary. The mortuary is on off and always very expensive for the people to get transport bodies to Chirundu, which is the nearest hospital. Don't you consider, Honorable Minister, working with the organization or institutions that are within Siavonga, like ZESCO, Zambezi River Authority, who are reaping a lot from the construction of that dam within Siavonga district? Don't you consider to work on those portions of the hospital, like the mortuary and other places, so that at least before you get to a new hospital, people are able to access quality services? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Siavonga, Honorable Mulunda. Yes, I have here a long list of inadequate facilities at that hospital, such as the lab, the main pharmacy, which is congested, lack of services for cervical cancer, limited number of wards, theater which has no recovery room, no changing room for. So it's a litany of things that need to be corrected. And that is why in our answer, we talked about the need for to start planning for a modern facility that will incorporate all these things, including a mortuary. A modern hospital facility will have to have a mortuary. Now, if you look at the timing that I've given in the answer there, it's not too far into the future. We're talking about 2023, 2024. So I would ask the honorable member to engage with the Minister of Health to see how many of these issues which are raised here can be addressed and how many need to wait for the ultra-modern facility, which is planned for in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It's like the list is exhausted. We move on. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks. His Excellency the President's address, motion of 13th September 2022, resumption of debate.
When the House adjourned on Friday, 16th September 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central that the thanks of this House, of this Assembly, be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. Any further debate? Maybe before I pick on somebody, just to announce that the backbenchers will be given an opportunity to debate from today up to Thursday. Starting Friday, the honorable ministers will take it up from there to respond to the issues that have been raised by the backbenchers. The honorable member for Zambezi, we'll start with Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the members of Parliament on your left, allow me to convey our deepest sympathies and condolences on behalf of all the bereaved families of the accident victims who died in the road accident in Insama district. May the good Lord give the bereaved families strength during this very difficult time. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member. There's an indication for a point of order. Was it the honorable member for Chiengi?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I must apologize to uh, my my brother for my colleague for disturbing his bed. Madam Speaker, you can see this is summer. I don't have the old what's that? The order, standing order number. But this place is too cold. It's making us not feeling to concentrate. And it's summertime. I don't know. I've tried to whisper this side. I'm really shaking here. Sorry.
Thank you. It will be attended to. The Leader of Opposition, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I continue, Madam Speaker, the President's trip to New York to attend the UN General Assembly is very important to this nation. It's for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I wish to appeal to the UPND leadership in the House, including Honorable Jack Mwimbu, to ensure that they resolve wrangles in the party so that these demonstrations that we have seen in the recent past as to who should be SG and who shouldn't be SG, can come to an end. We need the President to concentrate as he meets investors in New York. So please, leadership in the House, could you please resolve these challenges so that the President can focus on what he's doing? Madam Speaker, I will now tender my discourse to the presidential speech. Madam Speaker, the President's speech to the nation is very, very important, and as it gives the general progress report on the performance of various sectors of the economy, the implementation of the rule of law, among other governance programs. The President's address also gives a general policy direction of government. It is through this speech that the President gives a national development agenda and also has an opportunity to realign the campaign promises to the national development agenda. As a result of this, Madam Speaker, citizens and other stakeholders have a lot of expectations from this address of the President to the nation. Like any other situation, Madam Speaker, expectations can either be met or not met, and in some cases, people just walk away blank. It's the nature of things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at page 3 of the speech, the President spoke to the prioritization of fiscal discipline through enhanced transparency and accountability. Our reaction to the statement is as follows, Madam Speaker. The procurement of fertilizers at $1,400 per metric ton last year, $400 over and above the prevailing prices, is certainly not in line with the statement. Madam Speaker, the secretive procurement of a $100 million contract under Ministry of Health did not certainly sit well with this statement. Madam Speaker, the procurement of motorbikes at 130,000 kwacha per motorbike instead of 30,000 kwacha per motorbike is certainly not speaking to the prioritization of fiscal discipline through enhanced transparency and accountability. Madam Speaker, the procurement of bicycles, a bicycle that costs 2,000 kwacha is now going for 28,000 kwacha under the new dawn. That doesn't speak to accountability and transparency. Madam Speaker, the ongoing procurement of fertilizers, shrouded with confusion, cancellations one after the other in the tenders under Ministry of Health, does not certainly speak to transparency and accountability, as was said by His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker, at page 4, and I quote, the President stated that our focus has been that of transforming our country into an industrious nation with participation of citizens in the partnership with the private sector. Our reaction, Madam Speaker, is that whilst it is true that Ministry of Finance has reduced the borrowing from outside. It also remains a notorious fact that the domestic debt has been increasing, especially within the last 12 months, from treasury bills, government securities, and bonds. Madam Speaker, when there's increased government borrowing, what happens is reduced lending to the private sector. And as a result of that, the participation by the private sector, as envisaged by the President in the report, is also reduced. The result of that is unemployment and reduced industrialization. Madam Speaker, at page 5, the President referred to the national debt, something he termed as reckless borrowing in his statement. We have reservations, Madam Speaker, on the use of the word reckless borrowing. Madam Speaker, there is need to appreciate and understand the background to the borrowing referred to in the context of SADC 2020 and Vision 2030 programs. Zambia, as a country that is land-linked, Madam Speaker, needed to deal with issues surrounding infrastructure. This was in a bid to respond to infrastructure development in support of regional integration. Madam Speaker, the economic transformation of the SADC region required adequate functioning infrastructure to guide the region towards the front-loading and industrialization in the context of evolving technologies. Madam Speaker, some of the industrialization, Madam Speaker, some of the projects that were obtained from this borrowing include the Kazungula Bridge in Southern Province, the Kafue Lower Hydro Power Plant, the Chingola Solwezi Road, the C400, the L400, the many communication towers, primary and secondary schools, health posts, district hospitals, and the 3 international airports, Madam Speaker, to name but a few. Madam Speaker, the President's speech talked about the 4 strategic development areas of the 8th National Development Plan, to include economic transformation and job creation, human and social development, environmental sustainability, and good governance, among others. Madam Speaker, I want to focus on page 12, where the President spoke about mining. It is very clear that this is a very important sector of our economy. But you will all agree with me that the President of our economy. Madam Speaker, it is a well-known fact that for the country to fully benefit from the mining sector, it will only be at a time that we are able to tax the mining sector appropriately. It's one thing to celebrate the investment of $1.3 billion. What is the real benefit to the Zambians? I wished, Madam Speaker, that the same way we've been celebrating CDF, which only constitutes 4% of the national budget, is the same way that we could celebrate the benefits out of the 1.3 billion. I want to encourage Zambians through the MPs in this house. Let us not be used to celebrate small things. The CDF, those are small things. Yes, it's a substantial amount of money, but those are small things. Colleagues, it's only 4%. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. 20%, if Zambians were given an opportunity to participate only to the extent of 20% out of the $1.3 billion, only 20%, it translates to $270 million. Now, do you know what that is? Whilst the entire nation, 156 constituencies, are celebrating 4 billion kwacha, 20 companies supplying to the mines are benefiting the same amount. And you must sit here and say, question. I want you to turn your eyes and turn to the real things. Where the deal is, Honorable Minister, is not on the CDF. For me, remove me from there. I want you to put me where the mines are. That's where the money is. Zambians, can we look at where the money is? Let us not be excited with the crumbs on the other side. Let us look where the money is. What beneficiation, what benefit is there out of the $1.3 million? When Zambians begin to participate meaningfully in the mining sector, then we can have a benefit out of that. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to thank you.
There is a point of order. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to our standing orders number 65 on the leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, he has stated that we shouldn't be celebrating small things. Surely, in a normal sense, with a sensible head of a person.
Order, honorable members. I think
Point
he
of-
has
point of order.
cited the standing order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Leader of opposition, you cannot
the language.
rise. He hasn't even finished his point of order.
Can we allow him to finish? Should we allow him
Thank you, Madam.
Order, order. I had allowed the honorable member for Solwezi East to indicate his point of order. May the honorable member for Solwezi East continue with your point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, once again. Surely, with all sensibility from a sensible leader of the opposition, is he really in order to say...
Honorable member, the word sensible is unparliamentary. Can you please replace it with another word? Withdraw that word sensible.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From a reasonable member of parliament, leader of the opposition, is he really in order to state that we shouldn't be celebrating small things? Is really CDF that has been increased from 1.6 million, which was not the case, to 5.7 million, a small thing that the Zambians should not be able to celebrate. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling because every constituency is actually celebrating that this amount has been increased and the dividends are here to show. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling over this matter.
Thank you, honorable member. All that I can say is that these are the views of the honorable leader of opposition. We'll give you chance also to debate, to bring out your views. But as far as we are concerned, those are his views. And then there will be a time when the ministers will also come in to respond to what the honorable members are discussing. So with that guide, as at now, those are his views. We can move on. The honorable member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to comment on the speech that was delivered by the head of state on the occasion of the official opening of the second session
Order,
of the 13th.
honorable member. There is a point of order by the... What is your point of order, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, I'm referring to Standing Order 65. Honorable Milupi in order to leave the chamber before I debate when issues I'm supposed to raise in the President's speech borders Honorable Milupi. How does he leave, Madam Speaker? Is he in order to leave the chamber before I debate? Honorable Milupi.
The honorable member for Kawambwa is actually out of order himself. Because like I indicated, the ministers will come in from Friday. So as at now, you are free to debate without any response from the ministers. May the honorable member for Zambezi East continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before that point of order, I was just about to begin by saying that I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to make my comments on behalf of the people of Zambezi East on the speech delivered by the Republican President on the occasion of the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, from the outset, I'd like to anchor my debate on the theme which the President used to deliver his speech, contained on page 4 of the official speech that has been circulated. In particular, I'm interested in the expansion of that theme. I think it's contained on page 3 of the same document, and I would like to quote. I find most of the detail actually on the page 3, on that second paragraph, which I quote, during the past 1 year, the New Dawn administration prioritized the implementation of social economic interventions aimed at stabilizing, repairing, and reviving our economy. End of quote. I'm particularly interested in those words, stabilizing, repairing, and reviving the economy, because these are the key words in what is contained in the rest of the speech. It's actually talking about what kind of an economy we inherited in the introduction. It talks about what we have done so far in the past 1 year to be where we are, and then the economic indicators show those milestones we have achieved, and then he sets the tone by giving policy direction, which will speak to the budget that is yet to come to the floor of this House, and thereafter we can now debate objectively. That's how organized people operate. And now, Madam Speaker, of course, it is very clear that in office, for 1 year alone, the indicators are very, very clear. They have shown how much we have achieved. And I heard the President actually talk about these indicators, which include the inflation rate, which was hovering around 25%, above 25%, actually, 25.6, somewhere there. Sometime last year in August, reduced to a one single digit, 9.8% as at August this year. Other indicators are actually the import cover, which had suffered, hovering around, I think it was about 1.9 months of import cover. It has now been increased to well above 3 months of import cover. Good enough to actually absorb any external shocks that would come to this country. And you see, one important thing that our colleagues need to learn about these indicators is that external shocks, I mean, there was only one external shock which was very significant in this country, and it shook everybody, the COVID-19. You remember that time? The exchange rate went wild. We were hitting beyond 25 kwacha per dollar. Look at where we are now. We are now at 15.3 because of good policies being put in place. And you see, for you to manage such economic indicators, you need such kind of cover. And that's the reason to why he's saying that we now have enough foreign exchange reserves which can cover such kind of shocks which may happen in future. And these are not just figures for the purposes of entertaining people and just figures mentioned. These are important for investor confidence. That's the reason to why you are seeing everyone wants to come and invest here. You've heard of the announcement of the nickel project in Northwestern Province. You've heard of the Kansanshi expansion project. All that confidence is coming because of these indicators I'm alluding to. Madam Speaker, I heard of the leader of opposition debate about the CDF and underplaying the milestones we have gained in implementing this enhanced CDF. Of course, it's unfortunate that he doesn't realize how this adds to the economy. Because you see, the president alluded to the fact that he would want this economy to be built. Now that we have stabilized the economy, we need to grow it. As at the midterm review, we were growing at 4% from a negative 2%. Negative 2%, which these people left us at. We are now growing at 2%. And the growth is envisaged in the fact that even in the CDF, with the total participation of citizens, in one, creating jobs, two, creating wealth, small businesses. And the CDF is better placed to include those of our people in Katontu, in Impidi.
Honorable Member, there is a point of order by the Honorable Member of Lumezi. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take you to Standing Order 65, content of speech, with emphasis on clause 2D. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member is telling the House of an exchange rate that is not factual. We know he's looking for a job to replace Honorable Kapala. But is in order, Madam Speaker, to continue misleading this House when the whole country is watching us? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lumezi, do you have evidence for the exchange rate at that time?
Madam Speaker, we've never reached 25. He mentioned 25. So that was, he had no evidence to his own claims, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Solwezi East, I heard you mentioning 25.
If the honorable member who raised the point of order was listening to me attentively, I talked about inflation, which had hit around 25%. For inflation, I was talking about 23. It had reached 23 kwacha, somewhere there, per dollar. It has now been reduced to around 15.3. I cannot be correct, to the decimal point in figures. I am actually giving average figures here for the purpose of the debate. And I think, Madam Speaker, that is the direction. Now, I noticed that my time is being chewed when I'm explaining a point of order here, instead of me concentrating on my debate. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence on this matter. As regards the time, because I still have a few points to make.
Honorable Member, from what I can conclude is that the Honorable Member was giving averages. So he was in order. As for the time, Honorable Member, we can give you, is it 1 more minute so that you conclude, plus the stated minute on the watch. So that makes it 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Madam Speaker, in winding up my debate, I was just talking about the benefits that we have gotten from CDF. The President talked about citizens' participation in adding value to the economy, or in growing the economy. CDF is one better placed, which will include our people in all parts of the country. And one most important issue here.
Honorable Member, as the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Wednesday, the 21st of September 2022 at 14:30, and on the floor of the House was Zambia's East Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kambita, contributing to the motion of thanks to His Excellency the President's address.
Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House, and business resumed at 14:30. Madam Speaker did make one announcement and one ruling, and the announcement she did inform the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of our Honour, the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Honourable Minister of Defence, Honourable Ambrose Luvuma, MP, who continue to act as leader of government business in the House from today, 20th September 2022, till further notice.
Right, and after that, what followed was a ruling, and the ruling was on a point of order raised by Honourable Haimbe, Minister of Justice, and against Ms. Mwamba, Member of Parliament for Kasama Central Parliamentary Constituency, on whether she was in order to attend the sittings of the House in view of the Honourable Madam Speaker's ruling of 7th December 2021, in which she determined that members of Parliament whose seats were nullified would only return to the House upon the Constitutional Court reversing the decision, and on a point of order raised by Mr. Andeleki, Member of Parliament for Katombola Parliamentary Constituency, on whether the House was in order to allow Mr. Kararo Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali Parliamentary Constituency, and Mr. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Parliamentary Constituency, to be in the House as well.
And in her immediate response to the 2 points of order, the Honourable First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling to effectively study the issue, since they raised a constitutional matter, and she had since studied the matter and decided to combine them into one ruling. And Honourable Madam Speaker did say that the 2 points of order raise the issue of the effective of the Constitutional Court judgment in the matter between the Law Association of Zambia versus Attorney General 2021 CZ/0051 on her ruling delivered on 7th December 2021, where she determined that members of Parliament whose seats were nullified would only return to the House upon the Constitutional Court reversing the decision of the High Court. And Madam Speaker proceeded by citing various examples and various rulings, and she did say that it was her decision of the it was a decision of the High Court in the Law Association of Zambia versus the Attorney General 2021/CZ/0015 was binding on her and the National Assembly. In that regard, the virtue of the decision, the members of Parliament whose seats have been nullified by the High Court and have appealed to the Constitutional Court shall be allowed to take part in parliamentary proceedings.
Right, thank you very much, President, for that summary. And we went to consider questions for oral answer under standing order number 74. Some highlights contained in the first question that appeared on the order paper. That was question number 24. That came from Sanzala Member of Parliament, Mr. Elias Daka, who asked a question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, in which he wanted to find out what the progress in percentage terms on the rehabilitation of the Petaoke Chief Sandwe Chilongozi Mfue Road in Eastern Province was as of February 2022, how much money was spent on the project as of February 2022, and what the cost of the outstanding works was, and when the project will be completed. The Minister did inform the House that the rehabilitation works of Petaoke Chief Sandwe Chilongozi Mfue Road in Eastern Province was split into 2 lots, for ease of implementation, and that as of February 2022, the progress on Lot 1 was at 25.6%, while less progress on Lot 2 was at 47.8%. And further, with regards to Part B, as of February 2022, the cumulative payments to the contractors on the project were: under Lot 1, the contractor had been paid a sum of about 58.4 million kwacha, while the contractor at Lot 2 was paid an amount of about 75 million kwacha.
Before we proceed, giving our viewers some of the questions that appeared on today's order paper, Julius, Madam Speaker, did permit the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, this is Honorable Jack Mwimbu, MP, to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender in Zambia, and he did begin by stating clearly that any sexual practice different from what our society has considered over a period of time as normal or the correct practice, and particularly that which is against our laws, is illegal and criminal, and he cited some clauses from the Constitution of Zambia, Section 155 of the Penal Code. Any sexual intercourse between men constitute a criminal. Section 156 of the Penal Code also criminalizes any attempt to commit unnatural offenses prohibited under Section 155, and proceeded to talk about the Ministry of Home Affairs that through Zambia Police Service is very active on this matter and are doing everything possible to sensitize the citizenry on the criminal aspect of these vices, that the implication on the individuals involved and the moral and traditional erosion the vices may cause on our society.
The Minister of Post went on also to give highlights that the Zambia Police has recorded a total number of 18 cases of sodomy countrywide as from 1st January 2022 to today, 20th September 2022, and also further gave some statistics and actions taken. Among them, the Lusaka province, 7 cases reported, 5 arrests which have resulted into 5 arrests, and 2 are still undergoing investigation. With regards to Copperbelt province, 7 cases have been reported, 6 arrests have been made, and 1 is still under investigations. With regards to Muchinga, 1 case was reported and 1 arrest has since been made, and that Tazara division in Mpika reported 1 case and 1 arrest has been made and convicted for 7 years imprisonment with hard labor. With regards to Eastern Province, the Minister did inform the House that 1 case has been reported and 1 arrest has been made. Last but not the least, Western Province has recorded 1 case and 1 arrest has been made.
And the Minister did proceed by saying that the police service is with keen interest in pursuing the 4 suspects who are still under investigations, 2 in Lusaka, 1 on the Copperbelt, and 1 from the Western provinces, respectively.
Right, and so those are some of the highlights that are contained in the Minister's statement. Those of you who missed this segment can join our late evening broadcast on Parliament Radio and will be able to listen to this statement as was delivered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Julius, this is where we part company. We just hope and trust you've enjoyed today's transmission when we started at 08:30 hours, and earlier in the day we had the launch of the research.
Yes,
evidence-based research.
Yeah, awareness week for the research being undertaken right here at Parliament buildings, and we did cover that segment live on this platform. I do hope that you learned something out of that. But the event is ongoing, and we'll have this display on the exhibition right here at Parliament buildings. And so, like you said, we come to the end of today's broadcast, and until tomorrow at 14:30, on behalf of the entire production team, including our sign language interpreters Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda, it has been Paul Ndovi and Julius Musmali. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye for now.